guys, J. Paul Jackson here at the UKC Coonhound World Championships here in Peru, Indiana. We've got a big weekend. We're about to kick it off tonight with the semifinals. Finals tomorrow night. It's going to be a great time. And I've got one of the competitors here, Lonesome, with me. And Lonesome, tell me, what do you think about this event? We're here with one of our handlers, Rick, and his dog, Thumper. Now, who does Thumper belong to, Rick?
Randy Lawson.
Good deal. First time here at the Coonhound World Championships?
Yes, sir.
How are you feeling about tonight?
Feeling good, I guess.
Good deal, man. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
We've actually got two dogs that their first time in the Coonhound World Championship paralitter mates. Tell me, who we got here?
This is Minnie.
And you are?
Gerald Keegan.
Gerald Keegan and Alan Carlson, correct?
Alan Carlson, Whip. Buggy Whip. Buggy Whip.
Buggy Whip and Minnie. Okay, guys, good luck tonight. I got Chad Mann here, one of our finalists, made the Final Four last year. Back here, cricket. Tell me, what are you thinking about now?
Enjoyable, good hunt, ready to do it again.
Yes, sir, you gonna be in the finals again?
Hopefully, Lord willing.
I think we've met a new friend here, another one of our competitors tonight. This is Rock'em Willie. Now, he is the son of the 2018 champion, Rack, here, and hoping to make his dad proud this weekend. This dog is one of the more interesting ones here to me. This is Crazy Mother Trucker, and he's ready to go. J. Paul Jackson and Lynn Carradine here in Peru, Indiana. And let me tell you, we've got a super exciting weekend ahead of us. A bunch of great dogs and handler teams here about to run. And tell me, Lynn, what do you got to say about this?
Well, J. Paul, welcome to the 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championships.
Welcome to the 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championships. I'm J. Paul Jackson here in Peru, Indiana tonight alongside Mr. Alan Gingrich, the Director of Hunting Operations for the United Kennel Club. Alan, we got a big night ahead of us, don't we, buddy?
We do. This is it, right down to the wire. Last night of the World Championship, we're down to 3 dogs, and this is it right here.
So why don't you tell us just a little bit, Alan, about how we got here tonight? How many dogs? Where did this journey begin? How did we arrive?
Well, this journey began from at the beginning of the year, back in January already, where we have qualifying events around the country where dogs can go to qualify for this event. We had 3,300 and some dogs try to qualify for it. Out of those 3,000 plus, we had over nearly 800 that actually did qualify. Of those 800 that qualified, we had 500. We advanced 104 dogs here to the finals in Peru, Indiana, and we whittled them down to tonight to 3 dogs left standing. So they're going to go out here in just a little bit, and we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, and I think one of the real interesting things about that is that, you know, the World Championship, we're here in Peru tonight, but it actually began in the zone events, which are part of the World Championship, a few days ago or a couple of weeks ago, and culminated with all those dogs that made it to from the zones to 104 arriving here night before last for what I call the quarterfinals.
That is true. So we have 8 different zones around the country. So a dog that is qualified, the owner can enter his dog in whatever zone he would like to. They go to that zone. Everything's prorated to the number of dogs that advance from each zone to the finals is based on the number of dogs that were entered in each zone. So as an example, a dog that had more entries in it would also advance more to the finals here. So we had zones in Iowa, Michigan, had a zone in Indiana, Arkansas, West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, and Texas.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, and from there, we got to the 104 dogs that made it here to Peru, Indiana. Like I said, night before last, they went out in 26 casts. most of 4 dogs apiece, actually all the way across the board. From the 26, we had 2 casts last night. Started out with 26 in the first cast, came back, had our second cast with 7 dogs, and 3 made it here to the finals. Is that correct?
That is almost correct. We had 26 dogs, were broke down 4 dogs per cast. So we actually had 7 casts that went out in the early round on Friday night.
Right, a couple of 3-dog casts.
2 3-dog casts. So yeah, 26 dogs. I had two casts for 3-dog casts. And then from there, we had 7 plus point cast winners that advanced to a late round last night. Right. So we put those 7 dogs into 3 different casts, and we had 2 2-dog casts and then 1 3-dog cast.
And the purpose for that, from what I understand, was to make sure that no one got a bye. Everybody made it here to the finals in competition.
That is exactly right. It is a full elimination event. Once you get to the finals here, it's full elimination. You win your cast with plus points, you advance to the next round. So, and the other reason we could have put them in 2 casts. We only had 7 dogs in the late round, sure, but we wanted to create a 3-dog final. So that's why we did the 2-dog cast and a 3-dog cast. So that gives us a 3-dog final.
Well, and also, I mean, it gives everybody pretty much a fairly level playing field all the way across the board there. With the 3 casts, you've got a couple of head-to-head competitions, which really let one dog come out on top there.
That is true.
Yeah.
One dog in each cast, yeah.
Great. So that's how we got here. We've got our top 3 dogs tonight vying for the very coveted crown of United Kennel Club Coonhound World Champion. And so let me tell you a little bit about what's going to happen here tonight. We kicked off, of course, here just a few minutes ago, and here in 3 or 4 minutes, about 8:15 local time, we're going to go out to the judges meeting. Judges are going to give our handlers a little bit of instruction. From there, we're going to move to the field. The actual area that they're going to be running in is only about 8 miles from the headquarters here. So going to kick off here about 8:15 with the handlers meeting, and then at about 8:45, we're going to go to the field to join Trevor Wade from the United Kennel Club, who's actually going to kick that final cast off. It's a 2-hour timed event from that point on. So guys will have 2 hours head-to-head competition. We'll talk about the scoring here in just a little bit. I want to get your input for everybody out there to explain exactly how that goes. And then after the 2 hours concludes, be sure and stick around with us on our live feed here, because tonight we're actually sometime, hopefully before midnight local time tonight, going to have the winner come right in here to the studio and join Alan and I so we can pass off the trophy and also talk to the handlers a little bit about what transpired tonight. So that's what's going on here for about the next 3.5, 4 hours. Alan, what are you expecting?
Well, I'm not sure. You know, we've got 3 tough dogs in this final, and it's hard to pick any one of them. So expecting a good hunt tonight. The weather's been so good this weekend for the most part.
Amazing.
Yeah, now these dogs got a test last night. In the early round, the weather was beautiful. Those cast winners went out. They all came in about 1 o'clock. They went back out. Well, guess what? About 2 o'clock, we had a good rain pour. In the last round, late round on Friday night, these dogs hunted in some.
It was actually Saturday morning. When
and some heavy rain. So there was another test, and they all came back with plus points and had some good hunts. So
what time did you guys conclude this morning?
I think it was around 6, 7 o'clock before everybody was cleared out of here. By the time everybody was back and out of here.
And you stayed for all that?
I did not personally.
Okay.
I snuck out of here about 4:30, went back to the hotel, tried to sleep.
Morning, yeah.
I had to be back out here for the bench show this morning, so I snuck out of here early last night.
Fantastic. Well, so you still had a very early day also, because not only do we have the World Coonhound Championship tonight, but also we had the United Kennel Club Hound Bench Show earlier today, which you were the MC of.
That is correct. Our bench show is always held on Saturday of the World Championship, and that's kicked off about 10 o'clock this morning, and that went till about 1:30 this afternoon. We had a bench show winner crowned there.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the judges have got the guys assembled over here, so let's throw it over and hear what the judges have to say to our competitors.
This far.
Sounds good.
I'm Luke Stark. I'll be your head judge for tonight. And I know all 3 of you guys, and I've hunted with all 3 of you guys. And I think it's a big accomplishment that you have made owning all 3 of these dogs at one time or another. let's just have a good hunt and just call your dogs, and then I'll repeat right back to what you called. And if you didn't hear me or I didn't say anything, just make sure that I get it down. And that's pretty much all we got. And if you want to say anything else about your dog that I need to know, then you can tell me and we'll go from there.
The lumberjaw dog, he'll stand back off the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes he will meet you.
All right.
Outlaw may, when you go in to handle him, he may be doing a little bit of jumping, and when he comes down, I just, which way he's facing. It's he may be facing away from the tree sometime.
All right.
Mine stares at the tree sometimes.
That's unacceptable.
All right. That's pretty much all I've got, and let's just have a good hunt.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks for judging.
Yep.
Let's have a good time.
All right, Alan, we heard from the judges. The handlers are getting ready to head out here. Got just a few minutes, so you guys gonna, over the next 30 minutes, give these guys a little bit of time to get out to the farm, get their dogs ready, and here in about half an hour, we're gonna have Trevor Wade kick it off for us live from the field.
Yeah, that was, judge was Luke Stark. He's from Auburn, Indiana. He's one of the younger guys in the sport, but as you can tell, he's a good fit guy. He can handle this for 2 hours running after these dogs, and they'll put on a couple miles tonight, I can assure you that.
So let's talk a little bit for just a second here as they prepare to leave about what the judge's role is in the field and what they do when they get out there.
Yeah, the judge is the one. He's going to have a guy with him that's going to run the scorecard for him, and he's going to call the scores or the called positions back to his scorekeeper. And the way that there's points positions for strike positions. So when these dogs open up, each one has a handler. They're going to call their dogs, claim them when they open up. So the first strike is going to be worth 100 points. They'll record that. Second dog to open is going to be 75, and then the third dog is going to get 50 strike points. First dog to be called treed, declared treed, there's 125 tree points for that first dog declared treed, 75 for second, and 50 for third. Those are the basics. There's some little variables in between the scoring system there based on the time period in which they tree, but we can get into that in a little bit later. But then it's a matter of
circle trees, the dead trees. We'll let you come back and explain a little bit more about that. But basically, these guys are just going to go out. They're going to turn them loose. The judges are going to watch for the strike. They're going to record the order that these dogs strike. If they all three strike, they all three get points. Same way with the tree. And then we go into the mechanics of actually what's involved with getting a plus, a minus, or no score at all on the tree.
Correct. That's it.
Good deal. Well, guys, that's the basics of it. We're going to let them head to the field. We're about to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be joined by Miss Lynn Carradine from Royal Canin Eukanuba to talk a little bit about canine nutrition.
I used to play music, played in bands when I was younger. I remember the very first time I ever went on stage, and first time I'm playing in front of a real crowd. I walk up to that stage, to that trailer, and all of a sudden I feel my knees knocking against the side, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting butterflies here. I get that same feeling, especially in a hunt that is a big deal. It's one thing just to participate at your local club, but when you come to an event like the World Championship was always one of those for me. This is an important event, something that you put a lot of work into with your dog, and now that time is here and you hope your dog is going to perform like he had been, you know. Get out of the truck, go back, get your dog out, pet him up a couple times, you know, talk to him a little bit. And here we go, and then it's like you just feel those same type of butterflies. And I always thought that it's good to have butterflies. If you don't get a little bit of that excitement, you probably don't have that passion. It's amazing how many people you get to know in a sport like this. And there's a lot of sports like that, but Just a lot of good people that share their passion for dogs, you know?
Welcome back, guys. I'm here on the set now with our guest and my good friend, Miss Lynn Carradine. Now, Lynn is the professional development manager for Royal Canin and Eukanuba, one of the premier sponsors, of course, of the United Kennel Club. And Lynn, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
Cool, it's our pleasure. I've gotten to know you a little bit over the past few weeks and talking a lot about dogs. I've been really impressed about the fact that almost all of you guys that I know at Eukanuba are dog people. So not only are you the professional development manager, but you've also got what, 6, 8? How many dogs you tell me?
Well, we don't like to say numbers because it always changes, but I do have a handful of dogs, yes.
Cool, so you're not only an employee of Royal Canin, you're a dog owner and you get to feed and see the actual results yourself.
Yes. And Eukanuba is the performance dog food, and we enjoy the balanced nutrition for performance dogs. And so my dogs actually do quite a few events.
Cool. And talking about the fact that Eukanuba is the performance dog food, I mean, it goes back a long way. In reality, Eukanuba really is the original performance dog formula. We were talking earlier today a little bit about its history. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Where did Eukanuba come from?
So, Eukanuba was the brainchild of Paul Imes, and Paul Imes was a big jazz fan. And so Eukanuba, the thought process, Paul Imes loved and was inspired by sporting and working dogs and was a jazz fan, so he wanted to create a balanced nutritional diet that had supreme nutrition for the performance animal. And when it came down to it, it had to have a name, and that name was Eukanuba, which is supreme in the jazz world.
Cool. So, and it really is the supreme formula, but pretty interesting how it came upon that name. When did Eukanuba really start making performance food? Give us a time frame on that. So
Eukanuba was birthed in 1969, like I said, by Paul Imes, and so over 50 years of really concentrating on a nutritional formula that would meet the needs of the performing dog. And the big thing is that when it comes down to it, these dogs, they do more, and so they need more. And when you're out there and they're putting more stress on their joints, they need more balanced, proteins, fats, and carbohydrates to be able to fuel their muscles and for recovery and all of those things. And so when we work on these different things, we really put an emphasis on making sure that digestibility is good and that we're meeting the needs of all of these dogs. They're doing all of these things that make our lives better.
Sure. And one of the things that I think is really cool about Eukanuba is that it's constantly evolving. I mean, you guys never seem to be satisfied with, hey, the product is good enough now. When I started feeding Eukanuba back, it's been around for over 50 years. I started back in the 80s, and at that time we were looking at a performance formula that was 27% protein, 23% fat. Today it's 30% protein, 20% fat in the sport that I feed. I know that we actually do have foods that have a little bit higher formula or content in protein and fat. And now you've added a couple of others to the performance line that have got a 2616 and a 2313. So basically there's a Eukanuba sporting available for whatever your dog's individual needs are. How did that come about?
Well, dogs have evolved, and when it comes down to it, the dog, of 50 years ago is not the dog of today. There's different needs. We have weekend warriors, we have the hardcore workers, we have we have all across the board. And to have just one formula was not good enough. We could do better. And so now we have the performance line that can meet the needs of everything from the dog that does fly ball once in a blue moon to the dogs that are working every single day out there, like our service animals or our working canines.
Yeah. And I can tell you, based upon the experience that we've had in our kennels, I mean, we feed anywhere from 15 to 30 dogs on a daily basis. And these dogs are canine athletes. Our dogs always look great. They have tremendous coats. I love the fact that Eukanuba actually is one of the very few formulas out there that has a specialized ingredient specifically targeting keeping the dog's teeth clean. And
yes,
that's pretty dang impressive and important to me. But if a guy wants to go out and he says, hey, I want to give Eukanuba a try, I've never fed this, how do you figure out, which formula out of the performance line that they should be considering?
So there's always, of course, the bags, but you should always consult your veterinarian when you make any changes in diet. Or if you're using a veterinary nutritionalist, then that, of course, is who I would recommend talking to. When it comes down to it, there is some information on the bags that kind of tells you, how much you have to consider how much activity your dog is doing and what kind of activities they're doing, and then that will help you lead you into the right formula. Of course, you can always contact your local Eukanuba rep or, of course, the Eukanuba customer care.
Good deal. Well, Lynn, we really appreciate you taking time to join us tonight. And even more importantly, we really appreciate all of the support that Royal Canin and Eukanuba provide to the United Kennel Club and to sporting dogs in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Have
a good night.
Great.
He's been a fantastic dog. The bond that me and him have is absolutely amazing, and we just spent a lot of time walking around the woods together and looking for antlers, and I love actually going out in the woods and just letting him run and do it.
Attaboy, come on! Come on, here.
You train every day, and as far as shed hunting, you're going 8 miles, 9 miles. There's guys that go 20 miles a day, and to have proper nutrition, stamina, endurance, conditioning, just overall health it's so important.
Welcome back to the UKC Coonhound World Championship here in Peru, Indiana. And I tell you, we really enjoyed having Lynn visit with us tonight from Eukanuba. Now we're still waiting on our guys to get situated out in the field. And while we do that, Alan, why don't you tell us a little bit about the final 3 dogs that we have here tonight?
Sure, love to. We've got the oldest dog in the hunt is going to be a 6-year-old. All 3 are going to be treeing walkers. The oldest being a 6-year-old male out of Fishers, Indiana. That's down around Indianapolis. This dog is owned by Alan Holding, Jason Cooper, and he is a national Grand Night champion. Matter of fact, this dog has been on a hot streak. A couple of weeks ago at Autumn Oaks, he emerged as the national champion coming out of Autumn Oaks. So he is on a hot streak. So he is a Grand Night champion too, and his name is Indiana Outlaw. They call him Outlaw. He's being handled by Jason Cooper. So that's the first dog in the cast. Another dog in the cast is going to be a 4-year-old treeing walker male out of Albion, Michigan. This dog is Grand Night champion 2, Bryant's Broken Pine Lumber Joe, he calls him. And his dog is owned by Ricky Bryant Jr., along with Michael Nisley, David Nisley, and Todd Fisher. They have 4 owners on this dog, so obviously
quite a partnership.
Yes, yes, sir. So out of Albion, Michigan. So there's the other male. Then we also have a female, and that's a 2-year-old treeing walker female, and that's going to be a night champion. Bushwhacking Minnie is her name, owned by Gerald Keegan and Russell Beller. Both Gerald Keegan and Russell are both past world champions. And Russell Beller has quite a resume in these world championships. So those are the 3 players out there on the course tonight.
Yeah, and as I recall, I mean, Jason's been on quite a roll with Outlaw winning Autumn Oaks, but Jason actually back in the spring during the Tournament of Champions, he was in the field then as well, but not with a dog. Is that correct?
That is correct. He was actually judging the final cast.
Cool.
Yeah, so he is the roles are reversed tonight, and Jason is on the stage handling the dog. So we'll see how he does, and I think he's feeling pretty good about his chances. The dog's been on a roll. So and as are the others, So yeah.
And I got to speak with Jason just a little bit earlier tonight, you know, and I asked him, where would you rather be? And he said, man, I'm just happy to be out in the field, but rather be competing for the championship, I'm sure, than judge it. And as a matter of fact, we got to spend a little bit of time from Jason. Let's hear a little bit about that, hear from him right now.
Alan Holding, which I had hunted with him previously, with Ricky Bryant, which is also in the final cast tonight. Ricky Bryant raised and trained this dog, and Alan Holding went up and bought him at the end of July. We've had a really good run since July. Won Autumn Oaks 3 weeks ago, and here we are sitting in the final 3 of the UKC World Hunt. He's out of Stylish Tank, which came from northeastern Indiana. Did a lot of good reproducing, won a lot of hunts. And I have hunted with Outlaw's mother, the little Miss Milo female, and a couple times I drew her, she was a really, really nice female. Outlaw's had a good amount of success before we had purchased them, but he's just on a roll. I mean, he's not real flashy. He just, he does the same thing night in, night out, trees raccoons. In this area, which I hunt right around in this area, you know, within a couple hour radius, I think you need a dog that's looking to get treed quick, but he's got to have the coon. And that's one thing Outlaw is very successful with, is having the coon. He produces a coon when you walk to him. That's what it takes to win these hunts, is plus points. And in this area, you got to have a dog that's independent, likes to get by itself, but have raccoons. This is my 5th time of being in the Final Four of a World Championship, 2 times now with UKC, and I've covered the board. I've been 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I've not been able to close the door on the big one for a World Championship. So, you know, hopefully the 5th time's a charm, and you know, we're going up against 3 really nice dogs, so it's going to be a shootout. Going to have to watch the minus points and tree coons. You know, I think we got a really good shot.
You know, one of the things that really stood out to me then, listening to Jason, was how relaxed he appeared right there. I mean, he's got a lot of faith in the dog. This is, as he said, his 4th World Championship. Like I said, I got the pleasure this afternoon to spend a few minutes with he and his wife, January, a really, really lovely family. But I mean, this guy just looks completely relaxed and ready to see what happens tonight.
Yeah, he mentioned his family. His boy Jace was out here as well, 9 years old, you know, and he loves this dog.
Oh yeah, he was running around everywhere here in the building earlier.
He's out there hunting with his dog, or with his dad, every night, and he loves this dog. He loves him. So, but yeah, you know, the one person we haven't talked much about here, Jason's handling of the dog, his partner Alan Holding. They've been friends for nearly 25 years. Mm-hmm. You know, and what some people may or may not know, Jason lost his dad here back in several months ago. His father had passed, and actually it was in January, I guess, when he passed. And he was kind of down in the dumps. His dad was his hero, like a lot of guys, you know, and he was kind of down in the dumps. But his old buddy Alan Holding heard about this dog. He was maybe available for purchase, heard he was a good hound. And he contacted Jason about him and said, you know what, if I buy this dog, is it something you'd be interested in hunting? And Jason said, Jason knew the dog. Talked to him a little bit this afternoon. He was telling me about it, and he knew the dog. He'd hunted with him several times, and he said, absolutely, if you've got the chance to purchase him, why, get him, you know, and he'd love to have the opportunity to hunt him. And wow, what a run he's had. And he bought him in July. He mentioned that he bought him in July, and look what he's done with him already. And,
yeah. Buys the dog in July, starts to really run him, gave him in condition in August, which I'm sure the dog was already in really good shape. But, you know, every owner handler has a certain way that he wants to work that dog and get that dog ready for the field. And he must have done a hell of a good job, because come Labor Day, Autumn Oaks, boom.
Yeah.
The dog has one of the top championships in the country. And then from, you know, over 500 dogs that actually entered to make it to the final 3, that's just a truly remarkable feat. Now, I tell you, I'm really happy to see that too, because, you know, you love to see a guy that like Jason, who is a good guy. If you're gonna participate in the sport, it's always great to give back to it. And you know, I don't know of any better way to give back in the coonhound world than to judge or guide and to be a judge there at the Tournament of Champions, spend time giving back to the sport. Wife and son participate in it. Just a really good story all the way around right there.
It truly is, you know, and Alan actually bought this dog sight unseen, you know. He heard about him. He called Jason, you know, they've been friends forever, and he knew Jason had been with him, and he took his word for it, and he said he got back on the phone. He had him bought within 10 minutes after their conversation.
Didn't have to think about that long, did he?
It is a unique story. And you're right, Jason is one of those guys. He gives back to the sport, you know, and the TOC is a good example of it. He's there judging, putting in his time, helping out at the TOC and things like that. And it's just, as you see, he's on that big stage now. It's just good to see. Yeah. And those two buddies like that, kind of Alan helping his buddy out, you know, and they're having fun now. And he mentioned the pressure is kind of off. You know, I think he felt like there was a lot of pressure going into Autumn Oaks and everything after he wins that. It's amazing. Here he is again, you know, and you can tell he's relaxed here today.
Oh, I'll tell you.
You can tell he's relaxed.
Talking to him here in the building, you know, on the grounds this afternoon, and seeing him in the spot that we just had right there. I mean, this is a guy that looks anything but nervous right now. To me, I think, you know, obviously you think Outlaw has got to be maybe the favorite out of these three dogs just based upon recent performance. But, you know, on top of that, when you take a look at Jason and how relaxed he is right now, he doesn't have a monkey on his back. He's coming off of Autumn Oaks, where he's got to have a lot of confidence coming in here after the win. When we get to it, after we cast these dogs in the field, I'll be really, really interested to see what happens. And right now, if I had to bet, I would bet that Outlaw strikes first.
We're going to find out shortly.
Sure. But now Outlaw isn't the only dog that we've got here in these final three.
No, he's not, and we're hyping him up here, and he's probably going to be the favorite here, I would think. But I guarantee they're not going to give him to him.
Yeah.
There's two other dogs going to have a whole lot to say about how this hunt turns out tonight.
So tell me a little bit about Joe and Ricky.
You know, this is another unique story here. Ricky actually owned all three of these dogs in the final cast. That is unheard of in the World Championship.
Wow.
And yeah, Ricky is out of Albion, Michigan, and he owned Minnie, the female in the cast, and he also owned Outlaw. He had Outlaw for almost a total of 5 years that he had Outlaw. He knows Outlaw far better than Alan and Jason do. Isn't that interesting?
And now he's got to run against the dog that for 5 years he was handling and training.
Yeah.
That's got to be really, really interesting. And, you know, Minnie, how old is Minnie?
Minnie is 2.
So here he is here in the championship with a 2-year-old dog running against a dog that for 5 years he had on his truck. But obviously, he must have really seen something in Minnie as well. And let's take a minute and let's hear from him and hear a little bit from Ricky about Minnie.
Joe, I started him as a puppy. I raised him, trained him, and made his own cross. I took him from nothing to Grand Night in UKC and never lost a cast. I turned around and ended up selling the dog. I bought him back. My buddy and me did. My buddy ended up selling him again. Well, I tracked the dog back down, and me and a couple other of my good friends went halves on him and bought him back this time to keep him. Joe's more or less my buddy. Joe's high points is he's an honest strike dog. He likes to be by himself and have a coon. Usually when Joe trees, he's got a coon hanging. He don't make a whole lot of mistakes. He moves around good and don't have a lot of downtime. Joe's great grandma was Bryant's Broken Pine Katie. I took her and I bred her to Graber's B, and that cross right there reproduced my Bryant's Broken Pine Lumber. Lumber would be his dad, and this was the only pup I kept out of that cross. I really like Joe. I sold the rest of the pups at about a year old, and I put a lot of time in Joe. Joe's kind of probably the last one lone pine dog I have in my kennel, or Broken Pine Kennels. Is Joe right here. I had 2 pups out of him. I had one I called Little Joe. Dan Hutchison owns him now. He's a really nice pup. Joe seems to be reproducing good. 2 crosses out of him. All the pups are doing good. Oh, he's a big baby. Joe is probably the most common dog around the house. He just lays around all day. He's not real hyper. He's good with people. He's just your friend. I mean, it's hard not to like him. Last night in the late round, it was a real bad storm. I was struck for 100. Joe got in the country. We had a hard time hearing him. Finally, the judge could hear him. He was treed up by a house, just ambushed a coon. When we got to him there, that was 2 1/4 plus. That was a game changer in the cast. I recut him and he dropped in 600 again and treed a coon to win the cast there. Didn't have much downtime at all. I mean, that was pretty much it right there. I mean, that's what advanced me to the finals with the second coon. I mean, I sealed the deal there. And that's when he needed it the most. I mean, he did what he needed to do right there, and that was a big step for us. I feel pretty good. I trained the other 2 dogs in the finals. They came from me. I sold them to the owners they have now. It's going to be a coon treeing contest. There's no easy cast here. I mean, Minnie and Outlaw both, you're going to have to beat them. They're both coon dogs. This should be a real interesting cast, and hopefully the best dog wins.
Well, as you can hear, he obviously has a lot of respect for both Outlaw and Minnie, and I owe Ricky a big apology as well. You know, you've got a guy in here who trained all 3 of the finalists and owned all of them. I got a little bit confused there before we threw it over to Ricky and was referring to Joe improperly as Minnie. So Ricky has kept Joe, who is a 4-year-old treeing walker, but he also at one point owned Minnie, who is just a 2-year-old, and Outlaw, the 5-year-old that Jason's running with. So when you watch this later on, Ricky, I apologize, please forgive me. But I tell you, it's easy to get confused because how many times have you seen a final where one guy owned at one point or another all the dogs in the final and trained the ball?
I can tell you exactly how many times.
How many?
Never.
First time in history.
I would say so for sure. You know, he knew early on that Joe was a really nice pup. I was talking to him earlier today, and he's telling me about this dog, and he knew he was a nice pup right from the start already, and he took him from 0 to Grand Night champion before he was 2 years old, and he never lost a cast with him in UKC from 0 to Grand Night. Never lost a cast with this Joe dog. That is just amazing.
So basically, he has got a perfect record batting 1,000.
He did, earning his Grand Night champion degree.
Right, to get to that point.
To get to that point.
Not coming into the night.
No, getting to that point from 0 to Grand Night.
How often does that happen?
Probably never.
So we can say with pretty much confidence that Ricky is a trailblazer here with these dogs.
Yeah. You know, he had Joe in the World Hunt before over in Mount Gilead, Ohio, and that was a couple of years ago, and he lost the cast in the first round. He lost the cast in the last 12 seconds of the hunt to get him in the top 20 that year.
Wow.
You know, so, but yeah. You know, in this dog, he had, matter of fact, he had a nice big score that night. He lost in the last 12 seconds to the Jim Hoffman's JJ dog, and that's a nice dog. He's been in the world. He was in the World Hunt last year and placed, I want to say he was in the top 20 last year, but the JJ dog got treated in the last 12 minutes and had a coon and beat him by 25, 775 to 750.
Wow.
So, but this is a nice hound, and it's no surprise that he's here.
Yeah, yeah, he definitely brings some experience here to it, just like Outlaw and Jason bring. Ricky's got some experience coming into this as well. So we've got our third team here, Minnie and Gerald. Let's talk a little bit about them for a second, show them a little love.
Yeah, Minnie is the young female here, and here again, she may be 2 years old, but she is no slouch. This is a hard-going female. She has already done her share of winning, and probably one of the bigger hunts she was in this spring was at Walker Days. She won the pup hunt. And those are for dogs that are 2 and under, you know. And she was Russell Beller was in the cast as well. Had a dog named Ivy in that cast who was a runner-up, and he was impressed with this dog. And you know, eventually they ended up watching this dog, you know. And Ricky went on after he won the pup hunt. He told me today, Ricky still owned Minnie at this time. You remember Minnie? He was hunting Minnie at this time. Not so just so we don't get, it's a little confusing because
I can get confused easily.
Ricky's had a connection with all of these dogs, so we'll probably confuse some people here. But so he was actually hunting Minnie at that time at the Walker Pup Hunt. But yeah, so he wins that, and after that he went on to win 9 more casts in a row with that dog. Wow. And these Gerald Keegan and Russell they had their eyes on this dog, and they partnered up and ended up buying her. So, but yeah, she is no one's surprised that she's here.
She's definitely,
or at
no
least
slouch.
Gerald and Bella are not surprised.
Definitely. Well, let's take a moment and let's learn a little bit about Gerald and Minnie.
She's basically the same dog as her mother. She's a real personable little dog. Doesn't hardly take any training, just natural, you know. She's actually just a clone of her mother and dad, you know. Her dad was a coon terrier, her mom's, you know, the best dog I ever had, you know. She's a big hunting type dog, always busy, probably moves around as good as any dog I ever seen. She's got one thing on her mind, that's just looking for a coon, you know. She's not much of a, kind of a no-nonsense dog. When you turn her loose, she's got one thing on her mind. Last night, early round, she run a big stick up to her foot. When I got to late round, when she seen my light on, when she hit the ground, she was standing on her hind legs, wanting to go hunting. You know, she forgot all about it. She got a lot of heart. This little dog's got a big, big heart. I sold her when she was a puppy. Got her back, let one of my buddies have her. He let Ricky Bryant, the guy I have to hunt against tonight. Ricky's the one that got her started. He won Walker Days with her, the pup extravaganza. And I think Ricky won 8 or 9 casts straight after that with her. And then I bought her, me and Russell Beller, went and halfers on her. And then I took her to a big hunt up home and won quite a bit of money with her. And I think the whole time I've hunted her, I've only got beat a couple times with her. She'll out-hunt her mouth, that's probably her hole, you know. I wish she'd be louder. She's the same dog every night you turn her loose, you know what I mean? She's not a, you hope Minnie does this or that, you know what she's gonna do, you know. Every time you turn her loose, she's the same kind of dog. She's got one thing on her mind, getting you a coon, you know. That's probably her strongest point. She don't have a lot of mouth. She's not a hard tree dog. She's got a coon when you get there. You know, that's her strong point.
Okay, guys, so there we have it. We've got our 3 finalists, Joe, Minnie, and Outlaw, about to head to the field. And we're about to throw it out to Trevor Wade here in just a few minutes to kick the cast off. But before we do that, Alan, now let's go a little bit more in depth and talk about what these judges are looking for, the way these dogs are scored. As I understand it, you get scored for the strike and for the tree, but we can have plus points, we can have minus points, or we can have no points at all in the case of a circle. Tell us exactly how that breaks down.
Yeah, that is correct. Like we've talked about, there's points positions for the dog that strikes first, dog that trees first, as well as second and third place as well. So for the strike position, so when a strike is, what we mean by a strike is when a dog opens, or in other words, barks. That's called a strike. So when the dog opens, the dog has to be struck on or before the third bark after they're released. So the handler will call their dog. First one to call them will receive the 100 strike points, and so on. The next thing that they're listening for, the dog's going to be running this trail, hopefully, and will eventually tree this raccoon. And the first dog to locate a tree, the handler will call him treed. And then there's 125 for first strike or first tree, 75, and then 50 for third. But then the next thing is they have to wait. This dog has to hold the tree for a period of 3 minutes before they can go in. If the dog were to quit treeing or leave this tree, it would get minus the strike or the tree position. So let's assume the dog stays treed for 3 minutes. The judges move in and they turn their lights on, search the tree, and hopefully to find a raccoon. If they do, those strike and tree points that the dog has would be plussed.
They become plus
and
points.
And that is the name of the game, to receive or to get plus points. Now the other part is there's two other scenarios. One is if there's absolutely no game in the tree. By game, it has to be a raccoon.
Right.
If there's obviously no raccoon in this tree, their strike and tree points come into play again, but this time they're going to be minused or demerited. We call them minus points is what we call them there. The third scenario is if you cannot find the game, cannot find the raccoon, but yet it might be a den tree, there might be a hole in the tree, or there may be just so many leaves on it or vines that you cannot see every part of the tree. The rules do allow them to circle those points which count neither for nor against the dog. So those are basically the three scenarios of scoring a tree.
So to recap it, basically, it works like this. We get a strike first, and now a strike isn't declared a strike by the judge when the dog vocalizes. It is only a strike when the handler himself indicates, hey, my dog has struck, and then the judge acknowledges the strike.
That is correct.
Second, the tree works the same way. When they hit the tree, the handler declares it's treed, and once they get on that tree, they have to wait 3 minutes. So I'm the judge, you're running your dog. We hear the dog strike. You have to tell me before I do record it as a strike.
That is correct.
Same way with the tree.
That is correct. So as soon as somebody calls their dog treed, the judge is going to start his clock, the 3-minute clock, and before they can start moving in. So.
And then we're going to have either one of three scenarios. We're going to see game, they're going to get plus points. We're going to see no game, but there's going to be extenuating circumstances like a hollow or something like that, and it's going to become a circle. Or we're going to find nothing in a tree where you can see everything, and then we're going to get our minus points.
That is correct. That is correct. Now let's take it one step further. We talked about one dog, basically a scoring situation with one dog on a tree. Let's say we have 2 dogs on a tree. The second position is going to be 75 will be available, but 75 is only going to be available if this dog trees within 2 minutes of the first dog having been treed. So when the first dog is declared treed, the judge will start his time clock, and if another dog falls treed or is declared treed within that 2 minutes, he gets 75. If the third dog gets treed within those 2 minutes, he gets 50.
Gotcha.
So there's another scenario right there for
all
multiple
three
dogs.
can get points once they get out there in that field. And speaking of getting out in the field, I'm pretty sure that right now we're ready to throw it live over to Trevor Wade. We're about to get this show on the road and kick it off here. All right, we got our guys out there. I'm assuming they can hear him.
I hope so.
So we can see that we've got Trevor Wade out there. Now, what's Trevor's job as we wait for him to get the audio back up here?
He's just again congratulating the guys. He's probably talking to the guide a little bit. They're talking about the lay of the land a little bit. Just a couple final reminders or whatever before they cut their dogs loose. So.
Sure, and we can see their headlights. We can see just that. He's showing us what we've got going on there. I wish we could get some live audio, but the bottom line is here, guys, we are live in the field. So you can see these handlers have prepared their dogs. They've still got them on lead. The clock hasn't taken off yet, but I see Trevor. What's Trevor's title? Besides Alan Gingrich's protege?
He's the Coonhound Programs Manager.
Coonhound Programs Manager. So
they're not going to be going very far here before they cut these dogs loose.
Yeah, they're going to turn them. We've actually been out here with these guys, you and I, yesterday afternoon, and they have a great place to take a look at. As a matter of fact, the grounds that they're going to be running on, they're about to turn these guys loose tonight. We actually have 2 square miles or a little bit more available. Of course, you know, this sport requires a lot of participation. We had a couple of very gracious landowners that have agreed. An area that you and I yesterday took a good look at. It is obviously rich with coons, great woods there, and these guys brought them in from the edge of the field, and they're kicking them off in the woods. And as you can see, they just let them go. So right now, guys, you can set your stopwatch. The clock has started to run. And hey, buddy, we got 2 hours of what for these guys in the field, I'm sure, is going to be pure excitement. And even though we haven't got good audio feed to bring back, unfortunately, on this, the great thing is we are in communication with these folks out there in the field. And they are running out there in the field right now. They're going to be giving us reports back and forth throughout the night. And while we've got them out there, I think we do have a little bit of footage of what this actually looks like in the daylight. So let's take a look at what it looked like in the daylight yesterday when we went out. So, I mean, this is absolutely a beautiful grounds that we have here. You know, the thing that was so impressive yesterday, and you can see it from our aerial shot that we have here, is how beautiful this woods is and how well it stretches out. It has hollows, it has logging roads, you know, that run through it. There's a lot of agriculture around, but, you know, unlike a lot of areas that are just strictly dense woods, as you can see from above, there's all kinds of points.
Yeah,
and turns.
this shot right here, this is actually where they've turned loose, right where you see that those.
Your truck right there.
Yeah,
that's our release area.
So that's one of them. Now this is about a mile deep. This section is, and 2 miles or 2 miles wide here.
Yeah, so 2 square miles.
Yeah, so they've got plenty of room to roam here. There's some beans around parts of this area that they're hunting, but the first fields outside is beans, I think, and then there's corn on beyond that.
Yeah,
but
and there were a couple cornfields internally too.
That's true, and then beyond that, there's plenty of room for those dogs to go to. And I expect them to hunt this location for the whole 2 hours.
Oh yeah, I mean there's a lot to hold the dogs there. It's not like they've got just little woods lots to go into and can hunt through the area really quickly and move on, because these guys, they're not here at the World Championship for no reason at all. I mean, these are dogs that can cover a whole lot of ground here. You know, you got a good look at it there from the air, lots of woods, and that's a good thing, because hopefully we're going to keep them all in one area there.
Yeah, so we've got a report in from Trevor right now. Their start time was going to be 8:56, and he says it's a perfect night here in 56 degrees, a light west wind. So they cut them in towards the west there, so that's going to be good.
And it didn't take any time at all. I was dead on accurate. Already we have a strike for 100 right now up on the board for Outlaw. Minnie came in right behind him for 75, and they're about only 115 yards to their north. So Outlaw hit the ground running, and as I predicted, made the first strike.
He sure did, and we've got a scorecard up here, so we're going to keep that thing up to date tonight for our viewers to see, I do believe. So we've got who do we have here? Outlaw for 100 and Minnie for 75.
Why don't you go in and update us right now?
I'll do that, and we'll keep that up to date. So here we go in the World Championship.
Yeah, and you know, one of the great things tonight too, and having Alan with us, of course, Alan's pretty dang humble, and what he won't tell you is that he has ran a ton of these events, and he has also judged a whole bunch of them. So we're going to be able tonight live to keep up with the scoring. They're going to be continually, hopefully we're here in just a few minutes from the field, and see whether or not Outlaw and Minnie's backup strike result in a tree. But we're going to be able to bring you the scores live here from the studio tonight as well. So we've got Outlaw on the board for 100, Minnie on the board for 75, but now those points are just placeholders for right now, correct?
That is correct, yeah. Those points are pending.
So basically until, actually, even though Outlaw was the first to strike, Outlaw may not be the first to tree.
No, that's the first one, yeah. It means nothing.
Right.
It means nothing, really, so.
Yeah, were you surprised by that?
I can't, you never know what dogs are. I've not been with any one of these dogs, so I don't know. You know, some dogs are quicker to strike than others. By that I mean, there's some dogs that will open up as soon as they smell a raccoon. Some dogs don't open up until they've got their track rolling, and other dogs just don't open up very much at all. You know, so I am not sure exactly how what the characteristics are of these dogs when it comes to the striking part of it, but I think we'll find out as the night goes along.
Well, you know, you would have to think that for Jason, for Outlaw to vocalize and Jason to declare it a strike to the judge so quickly, he's got to feel pretty confident that Outlaw was actually on game.
Oh, I would say so. I would say so. You know, their record here in the finals already, I've got some notes that we made just going through their scorecards. You know, so far, Friday night, so far, the three of them, Outlaw I have here with, he made 8 first trees so far in the World Championship, 7 of which had raccoons in it. 7 were first trees, 1 of them was a second tree, and all were plussed except for one had 1 circle tree. Neither one of these, this is interesting here, neither one of these 3 dogs in this World Championship have taken a minus yet. And I don't say that to hopefully, but that's, yeah, none of them have taken a minus yet. So that's a good thing. These dogs are coon trees. As far as Joe, he has made 7 trees so far, all first trees, no circle, no minus. All 7 trees had raccoons scored in them. Minnie, she has made the most trees so far in this championship, 10, 9 of which were first trees, and 1 was a circle tree, meaning 8 of hers had raccoons in them.
Yeah, and you know, we really don't have any favorites here. I mean, I like old Outlaw because I got to know Jason just a little bit, and he's been very impressive winning all the Oaks. But when you actually take a look at this field on paper, it is really well balanced. I mean, you're talking about, you know, Outlaw, 7 out of 8 in 3 rounds. 7 were first trees, 1 was a second, 1 was a circle, no minus. Ricky and Joe, 7 of 7 first trees, no circle, no minus. And then Minnie, 9 of 10 in 3 rounds, all first trees and 1 circle. So these dogs, they all strike really fast.
They do.
It just was more of a, actually we don't know, but you know, it could have just as much been a coincidence.
Yeah, and we've just got another report. Joe, he's on the card as well. He's in for 50 now. So we've got all 3 dogs struck in, and looks like Joe is in about 260 yards to the northwest of the cast right now.
Yeah, but
so I'll get him on the scorecard as well.
Let's add him to the scorecard. And 260 yards, so they're still a little bit out. It's going to take them just a few minutes probably to get to these dogs when they tree, and there's no indication how far they're going to go before they tree as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So we have Outlaw. He struck first for 100. Minnie, they call her, is struck for 75, and Joe third for 50.
Very interesting spelling, but yeah,
It is.
I did confirm earlier. My sources tell me anyway. I can't say confirm. My sources tell me that he pronounces it Minnie as well. So our 3 treeing walkers are out there in the field. All 3 of them have struck. Hopefully they've all 3 made game. But you know, this is a big event, but it's not the only big event that we've had here today. As a matter of fact, while we're waiting to see with what happens with this strike, let's talk a little bit about earlier today. You know, we've got 3 treeing walkers.
Hey, before we do that, we've got another report here. You want to get to that real quick?
Yes, we do.
Joe has wasted no time, and he trees for 125 in that same area, right on the edge of a bean field. So
we know that bean field.
So start your 3-minute clock. He's the first to tree. So I'm going to get him on the scorecard for 125.
Yeah.
And that's 8 minutes into the hunt right now. So he was the last to strike here, but he's the first to tree. So
wow, that is pretty impressive.
we've got action.
So now we're going to have just a couple of minutes wait, and that's all. So we're going to stick with the action here. We do want to show you here in just a few minutes a little bit from the other event today. But before we start talking about that, it's just going too hot and heavy right now. 8 minutes in, all 3 dogs on the board with the strike. Now Joe on with the tree. So give me a little clarification on this also, because I'm not a coonhound man, although I did love to coon hunt when I was younger. Joe was the 3rd to strike, so he got 50, but that doesn't mean that he struck on the same trail or the same track as the other 2 dogs, does it?
It does not, and it sounds, if you go back to the way they reported it, it looks like he was to the northwest of the cast when he struck, 260 yards, when the others were 100 and some yards to the north, I guess. So it's hard to tell. He's not. He hasn't told us whether they're running the same track or not, or in the same area. I would assume He is not with them, but
Well, you can't assume anything because boom, we just got an update. Minnie goes in with Joe for 75 right before the 2 minutes is up, so she came right under that 2 minute time limit and came in second. So
yeah, that's what I was talking about a little bit ago. So she got in on before the 2 minutes tree time expired. So she does get that 75. What I didn't finish up on, if a dog doesn't come in, take up a position before the 2 minutes, the only thing they can get on here is 25 on tree. But she got in for 75. So we're going to get her on the scoreboard as well for 75. And these points are pending. So looks like we should be down to the last minute of those 3 minutes of tree time, and before the cast moves in to score this first tree in the World Championship final cast.
So, you know, Minnie made it in within the 2 minutes. If she hadn't have, she'd have still gotten a score if she'd have been second to come in, but outside the 2 minutes, she would have lost the potential for 50 of those 75 and would only be at 25. Yeah. So what happens now if Outlaw comes in on this tree before they...
The only thing that's open right now is 25 on this tree.
So there is still 25 points to be had on the tree?
There is, until that 3 minutes has expired, yes.
Good deal. So even if he comes in third, Outlaw still has a chance to keep himself in a pretty good position here, because the most that Joe can take away from this is 175. Outlaw comes in for 25 to go with that 100. He would still only be 50 back, assuming it's a plus.
That is correct, yeah. From my position where I'm sitting at, I can't see that scorecard. I need to get another scorecard here so I can see when I, let me do this.
Yeah, from where we're sitting at, folks, we've got just a little bit of glare up there.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Well, you're always prepared being a judge yourself, so Alan has reached into his bag here. We're going to talk a little bit about your bag of tricks here in a few minutes, but reached in and pulled out one of your actual scorecards. Looks like that's an official one from judging, is it not?
It is. This is what the scorecard looks like.
Why don't you show her, folks?
Yeah.
We can get a look at that.
So normally the scorecard would have their labels here on this side. So we'd have Outlaw up here, Minnie in the second position, and then Joe over here. And then we have the strike positions over here and the tree positions over here. So here's, this is where I'm keeping score right here, which is just like the scorecard we have up here on the side. But this is what it looks like, your official scorecard.
So you've got them scored now. We see what the scores are up there. When they start to shine the tree, what happens if Outlaw comes in and gets on the tree after they've started to shine it and look for that coon?
Well, there's a couple scenarios here. If Outlaw were to come in after the tree is closed, no dog can be declared treed after the 3 minutes. If he were to come in and tree there, the handler would simply not tree him because the tree is closed.
Gotcha.
He cannot be declared treed on that tree.
So it's obviously been more than 3 minutes. That window of opportunity for Outlaw, since we haven't got any feedback indicating he made it, it's probably closed.
It probably is. It probably is. They haven't reported that yet, but I would assume so.
Well, you know, we know
they are en route. They have reported that.
Yeah, and it appears they were at least 250, 300 yards out when we got our last report. When actually Joe treed and Minnie came in, it looked like they were about 260 yards away. So it may take them a minute to get there, but we should be getting some feedback pretty quick.
It won't take them too long to cover that ground.
So what's going to happen when they get there?
Well, we're gonna find out, but by their track record,
what's going to happen?
Okay, when they get to the tree, the judge is going to make sure the dogs are on the tree, showing tree, committed to this tree, and they should be. He will then tell the handlers to handle them. By that, it means you get a leash on them, and they have to tie them back. That is one of the things they have to do. The next thing he's going to do, as soon as they've got them tied back, he's going to the first handler to have called his dog treed. In this case, is going to be Joe. He is going to give the handler Ricky Bryant the opportunity to have the first 2 minutes of shining time by himself. And the reason they do that is a lot of times this time of the year, there's a lot of leaves on the tree. He might just want to shine with a dim light, and he may have his own technique of finding a coon before he throws a lot of lights in there. And that's just a courtesy thing. Some handlers will take that first 2 minutes, or they will just say, no, everybody can shine. But that's a courtesy they give the handler who declared his dog treed first.
What do you prefer to do personally?
It depends. It really depends on the tree, and really it depends on the guys I'm hunting with. what type of lights they have a lot of times. A lot of times the first thing I want to do is when I start shining, I just want a very dim light in this tree. I don't want something too bright right away. I just want a relaxing light up there, because that raccoon is going to look at it a lot quicker than if I throw a bright light up there or something too bright, where he's just going to look away and I might not see those eyeballs.
And that's that courtesy thing. I mean,
It is,
you know,
it is.
A lot of guys don't want all those lights on, and something that's going to force that coon to go and hide and make it more difficult to get in there. And you know, we were just talking about, what about Outlaw? So looks here like Outlaw is handled in at the tree, treeing, but not declared treed. Shining time has started now. So
Yes, I am surprised by this. So we do have a report in here that Outlaw was actually at this same tree when they got in here. He is also handled. However, he was not declared treed, and they have started their shine time right now. So that means Outlaw is, all three dogs are being handled at this tree right now. So this is interesting.
why would Jason not have declared him treed?
I probably did. The tree was probably closed.
Okay. So it wasn't that he was not declared treed. Possibly it couldn't have been. More than likely.
Yeah, the time ran out on him before he got there, probably. This is kind of odd. I'm surprised by this, but we'll see what the report says here.
What surprised you about that?
I'm just surprised that he's on the same tree with them, especially 3 minutes into it. Yeah. Normally, if a dog is a dog like Outlaw, I would expect him to be on that tree pretty quick, not 3 minutes after the first dog.
So, do you think they probably treed on the coon that Outlaw originally struck?
It's hard to tell. I'm not out there. We don't really have much of a report. All we'd be doing is assuming at this point, but
nobody likes to do that. So
I don't.
We'll let that one move on.
Right, yeah. Right.
So now that they've got there, they're obviously the time has started now. They're starting to shine. Besides shining that tree, what else are they doing?
They might be squalling is one of the things they would be doing at this point. Squalling is they have a lot of the handlers will have squallers where they...
Squallers. I think we actually have one here.
We do, yeah. We do have one. A squaller looks right here. I have a little squaller here. Looks like this little guy right here. It's something they put over their neck, hang from him, just hangs here. It's always right here for him.
That looks a lot like my Zepp's predator call.
This is a Zepp's. This is a Zepp right here. It is a Zepp squaller.
What's it sound like?
It's you blow on it like this. Just gives that sound of a raccoon or whatever, and oftentimes that's what they're going to look at as soon as you start squalling.
So basically, they're just trying to get that raccoon's attention, get him to look where they can see those eyes in the light,
and to score him, and to verify that the raccoon is there. So yeah, that is a very key tool that they use as part of their gear. Is a little squaller like this, has those reeds in it, and yeah.
So kind of like every duck hunter is going to have, if he goes to the blind, probably a duck call around his neck. Pretty much every coon hunter that's going in the field is going to have a squaller hanging on the lanyard.
Yeah. So yeah, this is an important tool right here that most hunters will use. So
we had the 3-minute limit before they could come in on the tree. Now, how long do they have to actually find a raccoon in that tree before the judge either declares it a circle tree or dead?
They have 8 minutes to search the tree. After 8 minutes, they're not required. They don't have to use the whole 8 minutes. It's going to be up to the handlers how much of that 8 minutes they use, and hopefully they won't have to use that much if they can find the raccoons soon enough. But they can use up. Yeah, they can use up to 8 minutes. Now the other thing is by rule is the only time a raccoon can be scored is within that 8 minutes of shining time. So in other words, what I'm saying, if they were to find in the rare event they were to not find the coon until 10 seconds after, they could not score it. Has to be within that 8 minutes of shining time.
So basically, when the 10 minutes is up, you best just turn out your light to avoid disappointment possibly. So we've got our 8-minute time limit. We go through our 8 minutes. Hopefully they're going to find game. If they do not find game, we've got two options left. Either it's declared a circle tree or a dead tree. how is the judge going to make that judgment on whether we've got a circle tree or we've got a dead tree?
Well, it's again just like we were talking about a little bit ago. If the tree is determined to have vines, so many leaves on it, where a coon could be hiding that you just cannot see the whole tree or search the whole tree, they will circle it up. And but if they can shine it very well, and it obviously has no coon, they will have no choice. These judges will minus the points on this tree.
Right, and then it's just on the discretion of the judge.
It is.
And the judge's decision is completely final.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Now, I say completely final. The only way they could, the handlers will always have the option to question the judge's call on judgment calls, but in this case, I doubt we're going to see a question come in on a judgment call on a scoring of a tree.
Yeah, well, these guys, I mean, obviously they're used to performing at an extraordinarily high level to make it here to begin with. And I'll be honest, I'll be very surprised if we don't make game. I mean, taking a look here again at our scorecard, we have had in 8, 15, 25 trees between these 3 dogs, we have had no minus and only 2 circles.
That is correct. That is correct. So, but who knows? They're dogs too. Tonight's another night.
Oh yeah, you never know what these guys are going to do. I mean, obviously you were surprised that Outlaw came in there on that tree. You know, we felt like he probably might have been on a separate coon that Joe had come in for 75 there. Or Minnie had come in with Joe for 75 there on the tree, where Joe had struck third, but maybe on a different raccoon.
Right, right.
You know, on a different track. Well, Trevor should be giving us an update any moment now from the field here. Let us know what's going on with those guys.
I am going to grab another piece of gear that we can kind of, this is what they use for a stopwatch right here. This is what the judge carries with him. Matter of fact, a handler, whether they're a judge or not, a handler is also going to carry this stopwatch. And anytime the judge starts his clock, I'm going to start my clock as well.
You're going to know what's going on.
I know exactly how much time is left on this tree. I know when the 2 minutes are going to be up for a second tree, and when the tree is going to be closed. Now the judge's clock is always going to be the official one, but I'm going to have a good idea about where we're at.
Why do you want to know so bad?
It just helps. You always want to know how much time you have. You know, for instance, just for various reasons. You know, maybe I may need that second tree, or I may want to hold back on. I may have a good lead. I may just want to take a quarter on it, take a 25. You know, may not need that. I'll just
wait. Just in case if you get a minus, it ain't going to do as much damage.
Exactly. That's true.
Yeah, I could see
things
that.
like that.
Yeah. So there's some strategy involved as well. I mean, this isn't just going out there and letting the dogs do their thing. As a handler, you're not just following along behind. You're also thinking all the time and working some strategy as you go along.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a team. It's a team thing. So, yeah.
How well do these guys, I mean, we know that Joe, Minnie, and Outlaw all were at one time owned by Ricky. How well do Jason, Ricky, and Gerald know each other, or do you know?
They all know each other. They're all within, you know, Ricky's from Michigan, but he's from Lower Michigan. It's right on the Indiana line. And they're all within about 3 hours of each other. So they've all ran across each other, and I'm sure this is not the first time they've drew each other in a hunt.
No, I'm sure it's not either. And we've got another breaking news coming in right now. Coon found.
There we go.
Plus Joe and Minnie, minus Outlaw his strike. Dogs cast back in with 23 minutes gone in the hunt. Cut loose down in the creek just southwest of where they began. So let's go back to our scorecard here and let's talk about it just a little bit also. So, because Outlaw did not tree, he does not get any credit for the strike points. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As a matter of fact, he loses 100. So as it sits now, Joe is in the lead plus 175. Minnie is right on his tail plus 150. And Outlaw's fallen into a hole here down minus 100. Is that right, Alan?
That is correct. So as we know, Outlaw did not was not declared treed on this tree. The tree was already closed. So we have a rule that any dog that is treeing but not declared treed when the judge arrives, there's a couple different scenarios. We don't know how to score his strike points until we have scored the tree. So one of the rules is if there is a raccoon found in the tree, this dog, in this case Outlaw, he did not get there soon enough. There's going to be a penalty there for him. He's going to get demerit points if a raccoon is found and his strike points positions are minused in this case. So he takes a whammy on this one. That's not good for him.
So basically that was a 200-point swing there.
It really was. This was not good for Outlaw on this track right here. But at this point, I am not that concerned about it. They've got a 2-hour hunt, you know. But yeah, he went from getting that first strike down to and here Joe struck third, you know, but Joe strikes first. Trees first, and he has got the lead to 175 plus. And Minnie took a second and a second on this tree, so she's sitting at a total score of 150 at the moment, and Outlaw is at 100 minus. Now let's talk about another scenario. If the tree would have been circled, in that case the rules say to also circle Outlaw's strike points. The only time that he gets a demerit is if there's a raccoon in it, which logic or theory would be that dog Outlaw, you should have been there within the 3 minutes. If you want a piece of this tree, you need to be here within 3 minutes.
Good deal.
Yeah.
And we've got some more news coming in. I mean, this is going fast and furious. Guess what? Outlaw has struck again for 100. Minnie follows in for 75. Just like the last go round, Outlaw first, Minnie coming in second. 315 yards to the west of the cast. So these dogs have already covered a heck of a lot of ground. I mean, they pulled them off of the tree just literally within the last 3 or 4 minutes. And now, over a football field length away, Outlaw has struck again for 100. So he's got an opportunity to make up some ground here. But Joe has just come in again, struck for 50. This time they are telling us we know he is in the same general area. Also, we know, just as kind of an aside here, Trevor tells us that the coyotes are absolutely lighting it up out there in the woods behind them, but the dogs appear to be totally ineffective, as all three now are on trail at least 300 yards away and maybe gaining some ground. So it may be a few minutes here before we have our next report, but you know, you said you weren't worried about Outlaw, and I certainly understand why, because he's got the opportunity to make up a bunch of ground fast here by striking first again.
Yeah, we're still early on, so I'm not too concerned about it. He's proven he can make things happen and happen fast, you know, so I don't think Jason's going to be too worried. He's disappointed, obviously, but I don't think he's going to be too discouraged just yet.
No, and speaking of things happening, like I was saying earlier, there's been a lot happening here in the last 3 days, and it hasn't all been in the woods. In addition to having the Coonhound World Championship this weekend, coinciding with that every year is also the Bench Show World Championship for the Coonhound division, the 7 different breeds that we were talking about earlier today that you were actually one of the MCs of. Of course, you and Nicole Sedlecki did a masterful job working that event earlier today. And I think we've even got a little bit of footage from the final 2 that went out. So let's take a look at some of the other action for today. This is the final 2 dogs that we had in the show dog event today. We've got the top male and the top female going head to head for the title of champion. Let's take a look.
We go with our final class of the World Championship, an English male against the Plott female. First, the English Whiskey River Rounder. And the female, County Line Tuesday's Legacy.
You're good. You'll be all right. Okay, now try to stay together. Nope, just one more. Just try to keep them together. Thank you. Thank you. Pick a bench. Thank you. All right, you two, take a deep breath. Congratulations for making it this far. It takes a lot of work and time and love of the dog. I want to take this opportunity to once again to thank Alan for asking me to do this job today. I would like to thank my parents for coming and supporting me through this. If not for them, I wouldn't love the Coonhound as much as I do. 3 generations is what we can bring to the show ring and to the hunts, and we enjoy it deeply. I've been out here several times. I've been on this bench twice. There's a lot to get us there. I've been under Mr. Doc Bertzel, who's been a mentor to mine for many years. The one time that I learned the most about being in this ring was when we were in Oklahoma, and you worked Sheldon Swinson and I on the ground, and you worked us on the ground, and you worked us on the ground before you put us on the bench. It came down to little things. In my eye, see these 2 dogs to be very consistent. We've got level top lines. We've got good depth of thigh. We got nice angles in the front end. We've got tucking up on both, which is what their standards call for. It comes down to some little things. Little things that I read in the standard that someone else may not interpret that way. And today, those little things are going to give to your world champion, who in my opinion has the better headpiece, the cleaner shoulder going into the, or the neck going into the shoulder. That's going to be your plot hound.
Congratulations to Christina Officer Susan Ragsdale, your 2021 World Champion, National Grand Champion, Confirmation Champion, Grand Champion 2, County Line, Tuesday's Legacy.
I love his movement.
Thank you.
Absolutely love his. Let's get your trophies. Don't move.
Congratulations also to your opposite sex winner, Kenny and Norma Dameron with champion confirmation champion, Whiskey River Rounder.
Congratulations. You're very welcome. I like it. I
The
like
game
the
in the
movement
woods
on
tonight.
both dogs.
It was really cool to get to watch today's show go down also. And the thing that I took away from it that was probably most impressive to me was the support between all of the handlers.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, that's a fraternity there. That is, it's a big deal. You know, a lot of support for each other. A lot of these folks have go to these bigger shows. They get to know each other. They get to know their dogs. They're competing against each other. They become good friends. It's a competition, but it's also a friendly rivalry. And you see it at the World Championship. They support each other and they're happy for each other when they do win.
Sure, and you know that Ricky is going to be happy that a dog that he trained wins tonight, no matter what. But obviously, he's going to be most happy of all if it's Joe. And right now, Joe's sitting in the driver's seat. But you know, we talked earlier about it with 175 plus to Minnie's 150 and Outlaw's 100 minus. We talked about it being fast and furious. Just as we cut to the show earlier today, we got the report that only a couple minutes into that segment, Outlaw treed for 125, 350 yards west of the cast. So with 30 minutes gone, a quarter of the way into the hunt, Outlaw had come in, treed again for 125, and Minnie apparently has split off and hit a separate tree because we also have Minnie treed for 125. So we've got a split here, and right now they're going to head en route to Outlaw. He stands chance to get back on the board, but you know, with Minnie treed for 125 as well, she's in pretty good shape too.
Yeah, you're right, and really Outlaw is like you mentioned. As soon as we went to that clip from the bench show here, a report came in that Outlaw had treed. So he's been treed for several minutes already. Now the mini dog was just treed here just probably a minute or so ago, so in real time there. So yeah, I've got Outlaw on the scorecard now for 125 on tree, so he's got 225 pending there. So with that 225 pending, you know, that's going to help him. That's going to help him pretty quickly here.
Won't close the gap completely.
No, it won't. But he's not in that bad. He's not in bad shape if he can produce a raccoon here. But the other thing, Minnie's already got another tree as well now. She's split.
And she's only 25 points behind.
Yeah, and she is 200. What does he say? 264 yards southwest from the cast, who is en route to Outlaw.
So we probably need to get Minnie up on the board there for 125 as well now. And you know, there are some takeaways here as we get the report that they have made it to Outlaw, and shine time on the tree has commenced. So they are starting to shine the tree with Outlaw. But the really interesting takeaway that I have from that, Alan, is this. You know, Outlaw started out in a pretty good hole here after the first tree when they cut him loose, but twice within 2 to 3 minutes of being released, both on the initial release and then on the second cast after the first tree. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Outlaw is struck, and in this case, treed pretty dang quick also. So if this does turn out to be a positive tree for Outlaw, you know, with his ability to strike fast, I mean, we were only a fourth of the way into the hunt when he had his second strike. Nobody's out of this competition yet, are they?
No, not at all. And Outlaw is known for being an action-packed dog that can make things happen, and I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, you know, and looking here at the scorecard, I mean, he's a dog that can rack up some points too. I mean, Friday night he had a cast where he racked up 625 plus points.
Yeah, that's true. In Friday night, in the first round, that was last night, he scored 375, and then came back or went back out, and in that pouring rain I talked about in the opener, he scored 675 or 625.
Yeah, actually last night. Not the first night.
Yeah, Friday
last night. And in qualifying to get here, he had a 550 plus night as well. So this is a dog that can put some points on the board.
He can. All three of these hounds can.
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, probably the most impressive of all to be looking at these numbers here is last night in the second round, Minnie lit it up, did she not?
She did. 800 points last night in the rain.
Wow. What's the most plus points you've seen in a cast?
That I have seen was it really depends on the part of the country you're at. Where we're at here, it is not that uncommon to be able to score 5, 6, 7 raccoons in a 2-hour hunt. So a dog that gets the higher end of the strike and tree points, that you can add those up pretty quickly. The highest I have seen legitly was around 1,400 points. That's not the highest ever been scored, but
you know that was legit.
It absolutely legit, and not that far-fetched. Now you go south of here where you just don't, in the southern part of the country, you're probably not going to score 6, 7 coons in a 2-hour hunt. It's not that common anymore.
They're just not dense enough in those areas.
Correct.
Which is one of the reasons we keep coming back to Indiana for a lot of these big competitions, I would say.
That's very true. That's very true. And that's why they're so popular to have a world championship up here in the northern part of the country, is because of the game, the population of game.
Yeah. And not to mention it's easier on the dogs too when you're in a little bit cooler climb.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, we got another report in. The cast has made it to Outlaw's tree and shine time has started there. So
we should know something here in just a second from that tree, the second time around, but I think we've also got a little bit of video from the first go round. So let's take a look at the action, what actually happened on that first tree where Joe came in and got the 125 and Minnie picked up the 75.
All right, guys, we're at our first tree of the night. 8 minutes in, and we got Lumber Joe in here for 125 and Minnie in for 75. Right on the edge of a bean field up top, and then we got a creek running through here. So we gotta go shine and see what they got.
Awesome. That was great to hear from Trevor there. And also, guys, we're going to try to show you as much action as we possibly can. One of the reasons that Alan and his crew actually selected the area that we were in is because as we do these live streams for UKC here at these major events, we want to bring folks as much action as we possibly can, and we are trying to get into areas where technically that is possible, because sometimes it's pretty dang difficult.
Sometimes it is very difficult to do that, but I think we're going to be lucky here. Service isn't that great, but hopefully we can get more clips like this. That's always good to see.
Yeah, well, it's definitely better than it's been in some of the other areas that we've been in as well. And it's always insightful to hear from Trevor out there in the field. So that was the first tree. He gave us the explanation there. Shine time started. It looks like can we take a look and see? Looks like shine time started 6 or 7 minutes ago. So we should be getting...
I would think we'll get a report here pretty soon.
Yeah. Be hearing from Trevor again. And of course, we've still got, once we do get the report from the tree that Outlaw is on, they've still got to go to Minnie, and Joe is still out there somewhere, our leader.
That's true. We haven't heard, we don't even have him struck back. Yeah, we do have him struck for third, I guess, right now. So.
Well, let's see here. Actually, do we?
Yeah, he is.
Yep, you're right. You're dead on.
We had Outlaw struck for 100, Minnie for 75, and Joe for 50. So.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about Joe a little bit. We started out, talking a whole lot about Outlaw and even Minnie, but Joe has been around with Ricky for a while, 4 years old. How much have you seen of this dog, Alan? What can you tell us?
I talked to Ricky for a little while this afternoon, about Joe. We talked about Outlaw and Minnie as well, but Joe has actually been passed around a little bit as well. Ricky hunts a lot of different dogs, and he's a good trainer. But I have some notes here that I made here on Joe. That after he I mentioned he was in the world hunt a couple of years ago in Mount Gilead, Ohio. He lost to the JJ dog in the last 12 seconds of that hunt to lose the cast. There was a couple of guys in that cast that took notice to that dog. And Timmy Bolden, who is a world champion handler from Kentucky.
Comes up a lot here in these circles.
Yeah, and he was very interested in Joe, so he asked Ricky to price him, and eventually Ricky did sell him to Timmy in Kentucky. So Tim had him for 6 to 8 months down there, and he just didn't really operate for Tim. So Ricky kept wanted to stay in touch with on what was happening with his dog, and he was in correspondence with Tim, and Ricky called Nate Woodring, one of his buddies, and Nate ended up buying Joe back and sent him back up to Ricky's for Ricky to hunt him. So he was jockeyed around a little bit, but one of the setbacks he had heartworms. He was actually laid up for about 3 months when he got him back. So, and he just wasn't the same dog, and Nate eventually wanted to just sell him, and he sold him to a guy in Ohio named Tony Bowman, and who also then ended up selling him to another guy. Justin Clark ended up with him. So yeah, he's been around a little bit, but somehow they figured out that he was on the market again, this same Joe dog we have in the finals of the World Hunt. You know, Ricky's keeping tabs on Joe, and found out that he was...
Comes full circle all the way back around.
Yeah, so he got a hold of a couple of his buddies, the Nisley boys in Topeka, Indiana. Dave and Mike Nisley. Dave is the dad, Mike's one of the boys, and one of their buddies, Todd Fisher. They were interested in buying him, and obviously Ricky knew what the dog was. And one of the things Ricky told me is that the dog is a little... Ricky can handle him well, but he doesn't do that well with just anybody. So he just felt like some of the new owners that where he got passed around just didn't give him much of a chance. He kind of didn't acclimate with him too well. So, but Ricky kind of knew he was a little bit like that type of dog, you know. So, but he ended up getting him back, and they've had him since March of this year of 2021. And like you said, he doesn't operate for just anybody. But so that's how Ricky's got his hands back on him. Here they are in the final cast.
Wow. So this is a dog that's been around a little bit in just 4 years, been in several different positions along the way, and finally back with Ricky. But obviously it's a combination that works as they're on the leaderboard. And speaking of the scoreboard here, we've got another report in for Trevor. Seems like Outlaw just can't catch a break. Didn't get on the first tree in time to get a score, wound up taking the minus, and now even though he struck first, treed first, we've got a circle tree for Outlaw, and he's recast. So sounds like the group is heading to Minnie. And also Joe has been treed in about 480 yards to the northeast. So we've got Outlaw that is being recast, Minnie who is on a tree, and it sounds like we also may have Joe treed on yet another tree. Take a good look at that and make sure my interpretation of it's right, Alan. That is.
So they're on their way to Minnie. Sounds like Joe was declared treed after they left Outlaw's tree. So
at what point will they declare 125 for Joe on that tree? If he's on a different tree from Minnie, it sounds like he is.
It's not clear, but I would assume that he's on a different tree. They haven't told us that, but I would assume he's on a different tree.
Yeah.
We're just going to hold off on putting him up on the scoreboard maybe until we get
until the judge gives us a call. And speaking of Outlaw, even though it was a circle tree, I do think we've got a little bit of footage here of Outlaw making it on tree. Man, man, as you can see, I mean, you know, it was a circle tree, but take a good look. It looks like that's the base of maybe a white oak tree there. And that is a big tree that they're on right there, Alan. So, you know, when you get a dog that's treed on a huge tree like that, it obviously leaves a whole lot more room for a coon to hide, a whole lot more opportunity for, you know, him to get away, and makes it much more difficult for the judge to find the coon. And it's kind of hard to declare one a dead tree when you've got such a big tree and so much real estate to cover. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, that's very true. You know, going back to as far as where we are with knowing the situation on Joe, I just sent a text out to the field to see if he can give us a report on that. So, but no, you're exactly right. And that's gonna happen. You know, it's much easier to be able to shine the more of the tree or see more of the tree if they're on the edge of the woods. And I'm gonna assume they're probably in the deep in the woods somewhere. And some of those trees do get a little tough to shine.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you. You know, if you're the handler and you walk up to a tree like that and you see this big ancient tall tree, still a lot of leaves on, even though we are a little further north here in Indiana. We haven't had the first frost in this part of the country yet, so these trees, there are a lot of leaves, a lot of real estate up there. If you're a guy out there handling and you walk up to a tree like that, does your heart just sink just a little bit?
Oh, it will for sure, and I'm sure on a night like tonight, even more so. A lot more so.
There's a whole lot on the line here right now.
Yeah, well, you know, we've talked about the prestige of this hunt, of the World Championship. The one thing we haven't talked about, there's some money on the line as well. We've got a grand total of $25,000 that's being paid out here for this hunt, and $10,000 to the winner of this hunt tonight.
Yeah, that's $10,000 is a heck of a lot of money in any event. But then you've also got the prestige, and you take a male dog, you know, like Joe. You and I were talking just yesterday in the fact that in this particular hunt, we've got one sire that had how many dogs that made it to the world?
Say how many?
Didn't we have a sire here that had a number of dogs?
Yeah, that was one of the big storylines this week. Was a dog named Bushwhacker out of northern Indiana had 5 offspring in the top 26 Friday night. That is unheard of. A young guy by the name of Tyler Sturry owns Bushwhacker, and he's bred some good gyps to this dog, and to have that many offspring in the top 100 for that matter would be huge, but to have 5 in the top 26 is unheard of.
Yeah, that's amazing. And so there's a whole lot that goes into that. It's not just the $10,000 for the win. And boy, I tell you what, guys, we have got a racetrack right out here, dirt track just outside of the building, and they are really lighting it up right now. So we apologize for the distraction. I know it's certainly distracting the heck out of me and you sometimes right now, but you know, there's a lot on the line here, not just the prize money, but you know, there's a lot of money to be made from breeding on a dog that wins this event, because obviously a world champion is going to be a lot more in demand than just a regular night champion.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, there's a good example is there's a dog named Willie out of Kentucky, won the World Championship a couple years ago, and that dog is just, they're flocking to him. He's starting to reproduce. Some of his pups are starting to show up, you know, and they're talking breeding 60, 70 females a year to the world champion.
Wow, and when you're talking about that number, $10,000 for first place here pales in comparison from the potential future income that a world champion like that can have, you know, from the breeding opportunities out there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, when we look at the economic impact of winning a world championship, it goes well beyond just the purse from the night. Looks like that they made it to Minnie, and they've started to shine. Now, Outlaw has struck in again for a quarter here at 130 yards. So as soon as you turn him loose, he's striking again. And Joe is treed, it looks like, on a dead tree about 500 yards away. So now the entire cast has been split in 3 directions. And we've got an interesting note here. Luke is our judge. It appears that someone may have got a glimpse of the coon in the tree that Minnie was on, but it's not going to be declared a plus tree until Luke himself sees that coon. Is that right?
That is true, and we've just got a report that it has been plussed up.
Yep.
So we're going to plus up Minnie. So she takes 75 on strike, 125 on tree, so that's a grand total of another 200 points for Minnie right there. So she's looking good.
All right, so what's going on with Ricky right now?
Looks like he's saying that Joe has moved on. He's minus 125. Okay, they had him. They did that. Clarifies it for me. We had him pending. We didn't have him on the scorecard. We didn't know if he was split or not. But he says he just got minus. Joe got minus 125. So that tells me he was in fact on a split tree. So Joe just took a hit on tree right there.
Yeah, and it looks like Joe took the hit because he moved on. Yeah. He vacated the tree before the judges came in.
Yeah, that is true.
And the dog is expected, once he trees, he's expected to stay on tree.
Gotta stay.
So Joe gives up just a little bit of his lead there. Yeah. He's minus 125, and now Minnie is recast with 53 minutes gone, folks. So we're still not at the halfway point, and we've already had multiple strikes 2+ trees and a circle. So a lot of action in a short amount of time, and we're not even halfway there. So here as we go to the halfway mark, give us a recap of exactly where we stand here. Alan, tell us where we're at here on the scorecard.
All right, right now we are sitting, Outlaw is still sitting at 100 minus, a total score of 100 minus. Minnie is taking a commanding lead right now with 350 plus, where she just came off of that scoring situation right there. We had Joe at 175 plus, but he just took a 125 minus right here, so he is going to be sitting at 50 plus at the moment. So he drops from, after leaving that tree right here, that drops his total score down to 50 plus for a total score. So his 50 strike still remains pending, so that's where we're at. So we've got Minnie leading the cast with 350. We've got Joe in second place with a total score of 50 right now, and Outlaw at 100 minus, and we've got just a little bit over an hour to go. So we were talking a little while ago about we're not too worried about Outlaw up here to begin with. 350, I'm still got an hour to go. It's still anybody's game here, but Minnie is sure looking good.
Yes, she is. So that brings me to another question. We've got Minnie looking good. We see a 450-point gap between her and Outlaw, 300-point gap between Joe, but also these dogs are all split up out there. So they're not together. They're split up, different trees, different strikes. The handlers, they all know what's going on because they stay together with the judge and the cast. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So even though the dogs are split up, all of the handlers are aware of exactly where they stand in the championship at this point.
They are. I would assume, when Minnie was declared treed split, they've got the judge has 2 assistants out there with him. So if a dog's eligible to be handled while they're scoring one tree, he may send one of his assistants with a handler to handle their dog on a tree where they're eligible to be handled. Otherwise, the cast is pretty much staying together.
Yeah. But they are staying in communication even when that occurs. So even though these guys may have split up along the way and they may not be with the entire cast, the handlers are communicating, the judge is communicating, everybody knows what's going on. And when one of the judges splits off, the handler is not necessarily going along with them. Usually they're staying with the group, correct?
Right, that is correct, that is correct. We've talked a lot about Outlaw, we've talked a lot about Joe and Gerald Keegan with Minnie. Gerald is he's a farmer. He's a horse puller. That's what he does by trade. So this coon hunting thing is kind of is just a hobby for him.
He's a horse puller.
He pulls horses, draft horses.
Gotcha. All right.
And but this isn't his first rodeo. He doesn't hunt as much as maybe as some of the others, but he's got a female named Lila that he won the world championship with. And this Minnie dog is off of that dog, Bushwhacker, and this Lila dog. So
Bushwhacker we were talking about earlier with 5 in the 26.
And Minnie is one of those. Yeah. So
and the Lila dog as well, a world champion, and now offspring Minnie in there. Minnie threw up 800 points in that second go around. This is a dog that when the pressure's on, it appears goes really big. So are you surprised to see that 350 up there on Minnie?
No, I'm not. And
as a 2-year-old dog, wow.
It is, but I'm looking at her pedigree here. She's sired by the Bushwhacker dog, and then her dam was the world champion Lila. Now, Lila's sire is Devenger's Hog Creek Mike. He has sired a couple of other big name dogs. One was a dog by the name of Janice Joplin, who was right there you go, who was also a world champion. And so this is no surprise. These hounds, this dog is bred up very, very well.
Yeah, you see right there, taking a look at that pedigree, 3 Grand Night champions on the top side. Of course, 3 dogs on the bottom. Actually, all 6 dogs in the pedigree are all purple ribbon breeding, something that the United Kennel Club, I know you guys at UKC have to be very proud of.
Absolutely. The Bushwhacker dog on the top side, he was sired by a dog named Master It, who's also a Grand Night champion. But the dog, the female he's off of is a dog by the name of Stylish Abigail. That dog comes from my part of the country. She was owned by Stephen Burkholder, and she's also produced some nice dogs. Abigail herself was a really nice dog. So.
Yeah, dog has great pedigree there, and it's going to take these guys, it looks like, a minute to get to them. So while we're waiting for them to make it over onto the next tree, we're going to take a little break, folks, and we'll be right back.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You activate the power that sits ready and waiting inside every fiber of muscle. You fill every last cell with the energy to push harder than whatever gets in the way. You turn drive into overdrive, natural ability into legendary status. And to do it, you need nutrition that holds nothing back. Introducing the all-new Eukanuba Premium Performance lineup. Built to run full throttle on protein and fat, then find another gear. Made with nutrients that are customized for what your dog does. GI technology that supports optimal nutrient delivery. And an antioxidant cocktail that helps day 3 feel like day 1. Where your dog peaks depends on how far their fuel can take them. The all-new Eukanuba Premium Performance lineup. 4 formulas to hold nothing back.
Breaking news coming in from the field. We're going to take a second here and get a little bit more information. We're about to bring to you some breaking news, and while we're waiting on that to get it all straight, let's take a look at the Beagle National Championship, another one of our premier UKC events.
Here, gonna get started here. All casts will hunt for 60 minutes. The deadline to return your scorecards is going to be noon. We're here at the Hunting Beagle Nationals in Coshocton, Ohio. It is one of the major events that we have on the schedule each year. It's an annual event.
We got 60 minutes, guys. Good luck, everybody. Cut your dogs loose. We're split on this first track.
It is kind of a reunion of sorts. A lot of the guys that participate in our program from all around the country merge to Coshocton each year for this national championship. And to win this event, it comes with national honors like any national championship, and especially for our highest division, which is the Grand Champion division. Those dogs that win that division are also honored with the Grand Champion degree. Just like any other event in this program, dogs get drawn out in groups of 4 that we call a cast. Each cast has a guide, and that guide will take them to wherever they have permission to hunt.
We've always had hounds at home. These dogs are athletes. The more you practice, if they have the natural ability, you hone their natural ability with practice. So you've got to invest time.
The event kicks off on Thursday. Then on Friday, we run all the registered dogs. Saturdays, champions run in the morning, and then the grands run their first round on Saturday evening. And then everything finishes up with the semifinals for all 3 categories on Sunday morning. Additionally, on Saturday, we also have our National Championship bench show. A bench show is for confirmation. The dogs gate around, they're put on a bench, they're evaluated on their confirmation. They evaluate each dog that's entered in the show, and they have a breed standard that is written for the Beagle breed, and that's what they're looking for. There's no qualification requirements for this event. This is a come one, come all. All that's required is that your dog be UKC registered. The biggest part of winning, and those guys that do win a lot, they will tell you that training throughout the week pre-event is imperative. You know, guys that are serious about doing well at any event for that matter, and especially a major event, training leading up to it is very, very important. Most guys will run their dogs at least 3, 4, 5 times a week before they come here to an event like this. Yeah, the national championship always brings people around from all parts of the country, and a lot of them only see each other once a year, and it will be here at the national championship. The camaraderie is just outstanding.
You just really feel like you're one big family here. We have so many senior players that can really show you the ropes, and a great organization to be a part of.
Hunting is a big part of it, but just the camaraderie and the socialization and everything that goes along with it is just awesome. We have a lot of kids that participate, and kids are very imperative to get involved in this sport. You know, we're all going to get old, and we need the kids to come and enjoy the sport and kind of, you know, take over and everything else. So yeah, we have a lot of kids here at the Nationals, and they're enjoying themselves, having a lot of fun. The weather is just as perfect as can be as far as running beagles. It is great for the dogs. Dogs love to run better when it's cool like this. So this is ideal this weekend for dog running.
This is the finals and the grands of the UKC Nationals. Final 4. This is my 4th time in the finals. I haven't won one yet, so hopefully get lucky today.
Not even your dog?
Not even my dog.
I ain't been doing this but about probably 7 years. And when I first started doing it, I didn't think I'd like it. I fell in love with it. And I've been doing it ever since. Got 7 dogs now. Doing pretty good. I mean, I run my dogs every weekend. One of them things, I love it. It's like you fall in love with a motorcycle or a beautiful woman. Yep. That was a bark.
The 2 females are down there running.
I think they're down there.
I think we need to move out of the way. Red man's right here by himself running. There are other dogs down there 270 yards. Red man done a good job on that rabbit. He struck it right over yonder, took it out the hill about 50 yards, and then took it straight down the hill and brought it straight back around this way.
Hunt's over, hound dogs.
I'm tickled to death. Wore out, but I'm tickled to death. Didn't expect to win. Had a good cast, tough cast, but it's still, we had fun, and I never thought Red Man would make it this far, but he's done a heck of a job. It's the first time I've been down here. This is my first time at the Nationals, and got to meet a lot of new people, make a lot of new friends, and I mean, it's just been a great weekend.
Oh, it feels great, especially when you whip Corey and Trevor. So, I mean, anytime that you can take a dog and beat them, that's always an accomplishment.
The Nationals is one of the most prestigious events in UKC hunting beagles. It absolutely is a big deal to be here and to make it to the Final Four.
This week there were between 270 and 280 competitors. Very big deal. This is the grand champion class. The best of the best were in this division. These hounds here have ran since last night 3 rounds. So in less than 24 hours they've been out in the field 3 times. So they're very tired, but they've worked hard to get here.
The Coshocton County Beagle Club is the host club. Their job is to provide all the guides. They've done an outstanding job. We really appreciate everything that they do for this event. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that do a lot for it, and we're very grateful for that.
You love to see that. I enjoy watching all these different breeds out there run, and it's really cool to me, Alan, how many different breeds and games, in the canine world that you guys cover. I mean, the Beagle World Championship to those guys it's every bit as big as the guys that are here. And you've got a lot of major events like that every year.
We do, and you're exactly right. And actually, we see a lot of the coon hunters that that move over to hunting some of the beagles. You know, so there's plenty of guys that that are very familiar with these night hunts as well. So it's a fun sport all the same.
Crossover all the way around. You know, earlier today I had a couple of retriever guys that now coon hunt, or that did coon hunt and now are retriever guys, texting me and giving their feedback. You know, so there are a whole lot of opportunities here in the United Kennel Club, not just with the coonhounds or the retrievers. We've got the beagles, we've got the show dogs, lots of different field events all across the nation every year, and that's really cool to see. And of course, here we are at the premier Coonhound event, and we've left you guys hanging just a little bit because we've been trying to sort out a little bit of drama. You want to fill us in on that? Tell us exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they did have they had a question rise up after they scored Minnie's tree. I guess the handler, according to what they're telling us, what the report is, there's a question of whether he released her too early or before he was instructed to. So they question that, and they are actually called timeout with 54 minutes used, and they are headed back to the panel to resolve this question.
So this is something that occurred very, very quickly. When we take a look at our feedback here, Minnie was plussed up with 53 minutes gone. Apparently there was some question about some sort of infraction that may have occurred there, and tell us a little bit about the protocol. What's going to happen exactly here now?
So what they did, they called timeout. So we had Joe was struck in at 50, if you remember that. He was still pending there. If you remember, Outlaw was carrying 25 on strike. Right. So when they called timeout in this situation, those strike points for both Outlaw and Joe are deleted at this point. So the hunt time clock has stopped, and they are fetching up those dogs. They got to get a handle on them, and after they do that, they're headed back to the officials, who are at the trucks where they first turn loose. So they won't have that far to go. So we're going to have a little break in the action right here.
So they're gonna catch their dogs. Basically, the 50 and the 25 are just struck. They're not. It's effectively the same as a circle.
Yeah.
There's just no score, not plus, not minus.
That's correct.
They no longer count. But what is significant about that is the next strike will be a 100-point strike, correct?
That is correct.
So we get to start all over again with the next strike at 100 value, then 75 and 50, and the same way with the trees. What if a dog had been treed in this case? What if there had been a dog on tree when that occurred?
That is a good question. I'm glad you bring it up. But the rules do allow for in UKC, the rules do allow any dog that is declared treed before timeout is called will be scored. So had that happened, that dog would have still got credit for scoring his tree.
Sure,
and that's a good rule, I feel like. Doesn't take away from the dog in case a timeout is called.
Well, you got to give the dog the benefit of the doubt, and you certainly do not want to penalize the dog for something that maybe was not only beyond their control, but actually could have been caused by another event in there.
Correct.
You know, and there are people that could argue, well, but you've got the potential strike there for 50 for Joe and 25 for Outlaw that now come off the board. And while that is true, actually it could totally be to their advantage as well, because there's nothing to keep those dogs from going right back to where they know that coon is, striking again, and now it's a much more valuable strike.
Well, that's true, but that's probably not going to happen generally.
Why not?
Usually the dog's going to go in the direction they were turned loose. They're probably, who knows how far they are from where they caught them, So there's a good chance.
So when they catch them, they're going back to the truck, turn loose again.
They're going back to the truck to get it resolved, but they'll probably go to a different area where the dogs haven't been before they cut them loose.
And that will be at the judge's discretion.
It will be, and the guide will. So, but yeah, one person we haven't talked about a whole lot that is involved in this cast or in this is Russell Beller, the co-owner of Minnie. He's a multiple world champion. He's had 2 or 3 world champions here in UKC.
Well, we've got a little bit of footage of Minnie. Talk about that a little bit while we take a look at Minnie here in the field. Actually, I think Trevor's going to give us a little feedback here on Minnie in the field, and we'll circle back to Russell.
All right.
So since the last time we were with you, Outlaw treed in for 1 1/4. He had 100 strike. He was 100 in the hole. We get in there. Couldn't find the coon in his tree. Honest tree. Next tree over has a coon. There's no obvious path for it to cross over, so the tree's been circled. Recast Outlaw. While we were doing that, Ricky has treed Joe through the country this way, 450, 500 yards, somewhere in there. And we are now at Minnie's tree, where she stuck in for 75 and treated him for 125. Alan, you may double check me on that. And they're saying they got it, guys. Let's find out.
Feedback that we're getting, from Trevor there. It's been a really exciting night so far for these guys, and Minnie is lighting it up. So let's go back to Russell and Minnie.
Yeah, just to back up, I just want to make it very clear there where Trevor was talking about. They were on Minnie's tree there, and he talked about the tree they scored, Outlaw's tree that was circled before that.
Which he said was a very large den tree, as we observed. It was a giant.
And those were the tree we had already scored a little while ago. So he was just bringing us up to speed there. And then the Joe dog had been treed. They hadn't been, and obviously since then, all those trees have been scored. So that was what we were looking at there. But yeah, going back to Russell Beller, his first world night hunt that he won in UKC was in 1986 with a dog named Beller's Pac-Man. So he goes way back. And then the following year, he had Pac-Man in the Final Four again in 1987, along with a dog named Tricolor Tom Tom, an English dog named Jim, and off the top of my head, I can't remember the fourth dog. But
I'm just impressed that you can remember 3 of the 4 from 40 years ago. Alan, that's pretty dang good, brother.
Yeah, so, but the reason I remember this is because that is the one and only year they did not have a world champion. They did not end up with plus points, a total score of plus points in this final cast. Therefore, they did not crown a world champion.
Wow.
So that was why. But he was in that Final Four. Later on, since I've been on board, he had a dog named Big D who was in the World Champion Finals in Rogersville, Tennessee. He ended up winning that dog. A guy by the name of Brian Whitted was a co-owner on that dog. Brian was handling the dog that night. I was in that cast. That was a heck of a cast that night.
So were you in it running it, or were you in it judging it?
No, I was doing what Trevor's doing. I was doing the play-by-play, calling it back on that night.
Wow.
So, and that was, I guarantee, in Rogersville, Tennessee, the hills were a lot steeper than they are for Trevor.
Well, I'm a Tennessee boy, and I'm from the low part of the state on the west end. I can tell you, on the east end of the state, it's kind of like what we were in down for the TOC in Greencastle, Indiana. You're talking about hills that are straight up and straight down. Man gets a workout when he's chasing dogs in that area of the world.
That is true. And then there was another one, a dog by the name of Janice Joplin. Who
appears in the pedigree here.
Exactly right. And he won that with a handler by the name of Marv Schmucker. Won the world championship for him there. So Russell is he's had a lot of world champions. He has had a lot of nice coonhounds. So he's the co-owner of Minnie here. So he knows a good dog. He knows he likes this sport and he likes to be involved. And so yeah.
A legend here, for
Absolutely
sure.
is, yep.
You can definitely say. Now, we were talking about the pedigrees, and while we're waiting for him to report back and resolve the issue here, the PR that you see there on those pedigrees, that is a United Kennel Club designation, purple ribbon breeding.
It is.
Yep. We can take a look at it here. As a matter of fact, we've got Outlaw's pedigree. Take a look at another example, and as you can see, all 6 dogs in that pedigree are PR purple ribbon dogs. So what does it take to be a purple ribbon breeding?
Purple ribbon breeding, requires or is a result of a third generation of all UKC registered parentage or lineage. After 3 generations is what gives you that designation of PR or purple ribbon.
And as you can see, we go back 2 generations there. And I'll tell you, another interesting thing about this pedigree, let's keep it up for a second, but you can see that in that 2nd generation back, they are all 4 purple ribbon dogs. So that means that you've got registered United Kennel Club dogs for at least a couple more, even beyond that.
Yeah.
So a dog can be a purple ribbon breeding, but it doesn't mean just 3. It's going to go back, and some of these dogs, I know I've seen 14, 15 generations.
Oh yeah.
And
And I can get into, at work, I find it interesting, I can trace some of my dogs back to the 1940s. To when they were first single registered. That's pretty neat. And that's one thing with the United Kennel Club and their pedigrees. But if we could, I'd like to pull up this pedigree here on Outlaw for just a second.
Yeah, let's go back to that if we can, guys.
If we can do that.
The observation that I had is they're looking at his Grand Dam on the top side. We talked today about having the show dogs as well, and a lot of these dogs being double duty dogs, and right there is a great example. That CH indicates champion there.
That is correct. That's a bench show champion title.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
And then the Grand Night champion is the performance champion. Yeah.
So we've got a field dog that was double duty. We got the bench championship there with the CH, followed immediately by the Grand Night championship, which means that dog performed in the field.
And I want to hit on this Outlaw dog here on the top side, the white trash dog, the grandsire on the top side. You see, he has no titles, but he is bred to the dam on the top side. They're a quick flash dog, Crocker's Quick Flash. That was a very outstanding reproducing bitch right there, and I don't know much about the white trash dog, but obviously he had to be an outstanding dog in order for Ben Crocker owned the Quick Flash dog out of northern Michigan, and for her to breed to that white trash, that was no accident. He's an outstanding breeder, knows what he's doing, has been done it for years, and that's what produced Outlaw's sire, Stylish Tank, who is owned by Shane Groves up in northern Indiana as well. Tank has sired some outstanding dogs as well. So on the bottom side here of Outlaw, you have the Grand Night champion, Little Miss Milo. I'm very familiar with that dog. I've hunted with her a lot of times. The Nisleys, who they own.
Another big name here in the Coonhound world.
It is. There's a lot of connections here.
Sure.
So the Nisleys, they own Miss Milo. Now they own the Lumber Joe dog that Ricky Bryant's hunting. But that Little Miss Milo was, they owned her. Okay, so there's some connections there. So they actually, Outlaw actually came, they bred Outlaw. So they have those connections as well. Not only does Ricky have connections, some of his co-owners do as well to some of the other dogs, and Outlaw's one of those. So you go on the bottom side, the grandsire, there is a dog named Mud Run Milo. I've hunted with him a lot. He was an outstanding hound as well. He comes from a guy by the name of Randy Davis in my club at the Whitley County Coon Hunters. He owned Mud Run Milo, just one outstanding hound there who produced Little Miss Milo there. And Miss Milo, who is off of End of the Trail Myrtle there. Myrtle was, she is not a title dog. Now Myrtle was owned by a guy by the name of Carl Peters in Kennelville, Indiana. I know Carl well. They were up here this weekend. I used to hunt a dog for them called End of the Trail Bandit. Bandit was one of those hounds. He was a grandson of another world champion named Hillbilly Mac. He was a white-looking dog, a really nice dog. One of the dogs that really kind of I got my feet wet in the competitions with that dog. One of the first better dogs that I competed with, who was related to that Myrtle dog actually there. So, but this pedigree right here, Outlaw, he is no accident. That's a product of some excellent breeding right there.
The only thing that I find, surprising about this is the fact that you're looking back at, on both the top and the bottom, you have an untitled dog in there, which would seem just a little bit unusual.
Well, let me back up to this dog, the Grand Dam on the bottom side, End of the Trail Myrtle. I'm gonna put a little plug out there for Carl Peters. His son is just a little bit older or younger than I am. He loved to go coon hunting, but he was afraid of the dark. I'm sorry, Jason. I had to say that. I think that is why you don't see a title on Myrtle.
I got you, man. I tell you, if he's listening, he's hating on you right now.
Maybe
too,
so.
Alan.
But she was a nice hound, and I know she was a hard-going hound as well. So she was no slouch. They just didn't have Jason was not the type. He liked to coon hunt, but he just was not that handler. Hunting dogs in a night hunt was just not his thing. He liked to coon hunt, but that's probably the only reason you don't see a title on Myrtle.
And you see that a whole lot. I mean, we see it in the Retriever World dogs that I own one. I mean, I have an 11-year-old female that surprisingly, as a professional trainer, I've never pursued a title on because she loved to hunt, and that's really all I cared to do with her. And we knew we weren't going to breed her early on. So, that is not an unusual thing.
Sure.
All right, so we've had a little bit of drama here. I know we've kept you guys hanging and waiting for a little while, but it looks like we have got, oh my goodness. Is this a shocker?
It is. I don't know all the circumstances here. Wasn't out there, but obviously there was a rule infraction. And
do you want to get some more information, or do you want to just throw it out there?
I don't. It looks like the call has been made, so that it is what it is. But Minnie has been scratched from the hunt for a rule infraction. A scratching offense had to do with recasting the dog, obviously when it was not permitted. So that's a bad thing, and it's a very unfortunate. One of the things with there are rules, and it doesn't matter what your score is. Rule infractions. There's some rule infractions that result in a minus on a dog. There's some that may not be a demerit, but there's also some that result in a dog being scratched out of the hunt. It matters. Score matters nothing. So I don't know exactly what that situation was exactly, other than it involves something about turning the dog, recasting the dog maybe before she was supposed to be recast. One of the things that I may assume here, I could assume without knowing, one such thing may be is when you take a dog off of a scoring situation, you lead the dog away from the tree as they would have with her. The first thing that they do before you can turn a dog loose, another dog must open up before you recast this dog. So I'm not there, we don't have the report, but I would assume that's probably highly likely what happened.
Well, that is truly an unfortunate turn of events. And
Very
for you guys that are keeping score and keeping up with it as you go, speaking of recast, they immediately were recast after that decision was made. So the clock started back running at 10:21 p.m. and we just got another report. And this one is not a surprise at all. They kick him loose at 10:21. It looks like at 10:22 or 10:23, Outlaw has struck again for 100, and he was followed by Joe, who apparently has struck for 75 right on his heels. Now, this makes the situation really, really interesting here because Minnie had a commanding lead. Obviously, it's very regrettable. At this level, no one wants to see a dog scratch, particularly on something that may have been a very legitimate or honest mistake. There's no implication here that there was anything foul in that. It was just an infraction of the rules that unfortunately is totally has to be enforced. But it does completely change our landscape here because now we've gone from a dog that had a 300-point lead over second place to two dogs that are only separated by 150 points, Outlaw being 150 behind Joe, but Outlaw, as he has every single time that they've been cut loose, he struck for 100. So now the race is back on again out there in the woods just like it is outside here.
That is true, and you're right. It is so unfortunate for this situation to happen. It's not what you want to see. It's the last thing you want to see, and what makes it even worse is the dog leading the cast like this. But I'm telling you, there's rules are rules, and it doesn't, to the other handlers, the score doesn't matter. And, and even more so maybe in a world championship like this, we can sit back here, our viewers may see this and just think this is just not right at all, but rules are rules. And there is anybody else in a situation like this, if you're competing against it, there's a rule infraction that is not, if the dog is not getting scratched for a rule infraction that calls for one, anyone will question it, and probably and should question it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, obviously it happened. There's no choice in there. It takes all of the guesswork out of it. No one can, you know, second guess when you've got it black and white. The rule's in place for a reason, and the judge has no choice, regrettable or not, to enforce it. But the hunt's going to continue regardless, and, you know, they are firing it up. Outlaw, once again, just absolutely lighting it up on the strikes. You cut that dog loose in this woods, it appears he's going to find the trail of a coon.
It looks like he's an action-packed dog. Has not wasted any time getting struck in, that's for sure. Yeah. The area they're hunting in, we went out there yesterday and looked at it. We were out there Friday and looked at it. Drove back in with a side-by-side there, and it looks like a game heaven back there.
Yeah, it does.
So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no, I'm not shocked at all to see these dogs, and particularly, you know, dogs at this level. I mean, these guys are here because they have been performing consistently all along. You know, we've taken a look at the number of strikes, the number of trees that all three of these dogs have had. So it is still definitely anybody's game. And I'll go around one out there and throw it out right now with an hour and 6 minutes left when they cut them loose a while ago. This isn't going to be the last strike or when we get a tree here in a minute. 'Cause it sounds like they only, looks like they struck 160 yards southwest of the position that we were at and cast them off. So we should get, I would expect a tree in the next 3 or 4 minutes. And while we're waiting on these dogs to get on, you know, we've talked a lot about Outlaw, his pedigree there, Minnie here. I think we also have Joe's pedigree. So while we've got a chance here and we're waiting for him to tree, let's take a look at that. So what do you know about Joe here and these dogs in the pedigree?
Well, okay, his sire on the top side, Bryant's Broken Pine Lumber, that is a dog that Ricky Bryant Jr. owned as well. So he owned the father of Joe, so he's very familiar with this lineage here. That dog was sired also by one of Fisher and Bryant's Little Splash on the bottom side, who is, Splash was sired on the bottom side there, the grandsire is Mountain Moby. So Mountain Moby is owned by a feller out in West Virginia by the name of Kenneth Mason. And if you look at the bottom side here on the Grand Dam on the bottom side, look, there's that little Miss Milo again.
She pops up all over the place, doesn't she?
So here again with Joe, this is where the Nistley boys, they own Miss Milo here. And they're the co-owners of Joe here, but there's that little Miss Milo dog again. So there's so many connections between these three dogs here in this World Finals, and it's something you don't see that often. But in this case, so that's pretty interesting. And then on the top side, you know, on the grandsire side, Graber's B there. Is that correct? Graber's B, I guess. I'm not familiar with that dog, I guess.
So
B
we
would insinuate that might be
it
might be a female there, it would seem like, but maybe not. But then on the bottom side, Bryant's Broken Pine Katie. So those are all on the top side. Those are all dogs Bryant's obviously familiar with, and has done well with throughout the years.
And once again, you see every dog in the pedigree is a UKC Purple Ribbon breeding, which, you know, just goes to show that Ancestry.com ain't got nothing on the United Kennel Club.
Yeah.
And it really is impressive, the work that UKC has done over the years to provide for a registry that is obviously one of longevity, but also a lot of purity. The United Kennel Club was the first registry to start recognizing DNA testing and recording that. And, you know, it's a very, very big deal in this world that not only do we have these dogs registered and pedigreed, but that those pedigrees are accurate as well.
Accurate, legit, verified. You know, we have the DNA VIP that you see on the titles of, on the names, titles of some of these dogs. DNA VIP means dog that carries that designation is their parentage, both top and bottom side have been identified and verified.
Yeah, VIP, verified identity of parentage. That's what that stands for. And, you know, it lets someone who's also looking for a puppy know that they truly are getting the blood that think they are.
That's correct.
You know, and, you know, we talk about that a lot, which kind of, you know, unfortunately, it doesn't just insinuate. I mean, it is fact that there have been folks that will provide false papers along the way, but not nearly thanks to the programs that United Kennel Club has in place as big an issue as it was in times past.
Yeah, you know, we're kind of getting off topic here of the World Championship, but you bring that up, you know, in today's world, talking about DNA, but the other thing that is, talking about false papers and things like that, I think with the advent of social media, things like that, it is harder to, it's easier to catch people trying to hang papers on dogs.
Sure. Well, but that brings us back to something else that you and I were talking about. Oh, hang on. Just popped up.
Yeah, Trevor is telling us the dogs are beating and banging around a little bit. What he means by that, they're not really, they're probably not really just taking off on a track or driving a track, so to speak. They're kind of banging around with one, and he just doesn't have a whole lot to report at this time, other than they are opening periodically, and they've got 55 minutes left in the hunt right now.
So, that being the case, and these guys, you know, it would almost imply that they're not really aimless, but that they aren't on a really hot trail. The next dog that trees will get that 125. Strike points are not going to change no matter what at this point, right?
No, they won't. They'll not at this point.
Even if the dog struck on one coon and actually pulled off and hit another one and stays on it in trees,
yeah,
there's no way to know. So
yeah, the only thing is, if a dog shuts up that is struck in on time, they start their clock and they have 6 or 8 minutes or 8 minutes in UKC to where. If a dog doesn't open for that amount of time, then the track would be considered dead, and they would be minus their strike positions. But so long as they keep it going, whether they're on the same track or jump on a different track, that doesn't matter by rule.
So the key is they just need to keep indicating and vocalizing at least once every 8 minutes.
Correct.
Well, before we got that, we were talking a little that bit of information. We were talking about the pedigrees and stuff, but also, you know, that leads us to everything that you're doing here also to maintain the integrity of these events. Not only are we trying to maintain the integrity of the papers, but also the integrity in the field. And I think you brought along a couple of items with you here this evening. Now it'd probably be a good time to take a look at those. And,
Sure.
You know,
Let's
talk a little bit about the advances that have been made. We obviously know that, you know, we follow these dogs around. All of them are these days are wearing GPS collars, but also, just about every trainer in the Coonhound, as well as my retriever world, we all train with collars. How do you keep that honest?
Well, you know, there's a couple of things, but you talk about integrity. One thing I want to talk about just briefly before we get into some of these other gadgets. We talk about integrity of pedigrees. So we've got a situation here in the field that is unfortunate.
Sure.
Very unfortunate. But the other thing that I look at is you also have rules. If we do not follow our rules and we don't apply our rules, whether in this case it's a very unfortunate, there's also some integrity there. If we just allow this to, if we don't follow the rules here, we're not going to have any integrity. Yeah. You know, guys come to the World Championship, they say they get a fair shot. If we're not going to follow our rules, then why even have rules? And it just doesn't work. As unfortunate as this is, wouldn't be good if there was a rule violation that resulted in a scratching violation that they wouldn't enforce it. Yeah. You know, so you get what I'm trying to say here. So
sure.
You know, when you're talking about integrity, as unfortunate as it is. So, but yeah, there's a couple other the dogs out there.
What do you got here?
We have got GPS collars here. So the collars that this one is made by Garmin. This collar right here, it is a GPS collar we put on the dog. You've got the antenna here, and this collar right here is one that is approved for competition. And there's two different types of collars. This is a tracking only collar. So meaning it can do nothing other than track the hound. So the handler, this is on the dog's neck, just like a regular collar, has the antenna on it here. But this is the other piece that the handler carries with him. Now this is also
The
a Garmin
GPS.
This is what we call the handheld. And with this, I can track this collar for miles. So this, and there's just a lot. This is, we've come a long way in the sport with these. Just takes away that you know where your dog is at all times, and that's a good thing. You know, the first thing is safety for the dogs. You know, so this is a very key item that anybody in this day and age, we all use these. Now, this is one of the most popular ones made by Garmin. There's other products as well, other companies like Dogtra and some other products as well. So there's a couple different collars that you can get. So this is a tracking only collar. And this one right here is a what they call a T15. The difference with this is a track and train collar. So if you can zoom in on this, you see these two little prongs right here on the collars. That is, put this around the dog's neck, and these are stimulation, you can stimulate the dog right here. There's a couple different levels of stimulation, and this is the controlling feature in this. And a lot of guys will use this for training purposes. You know, it's not like, you know, the lower levels of it will do nothing more than tickle the dog, but to get the dog's attention for training. However, these training collars are not allowed in competition.
Yeah.
Now the other thing that it does, this collar does, it also tones. Tones lets, when you hit the tone on this, it will let off a beep, a loud beep.
An audible signal.
An audible signal, correct. That the dog can hear. And often dogs are trained to use that tone to come back to the handler. So it's a great collar to have, but they are just not allowed in competition. And let me tell you, the reason they are allowed in competition, if they use this collar right here, they can not carry, the handler can't carry this with them. I'll get into that in just a second. They need to leave this at the truck. If they use this T5 collar, they can in fact carry it with them during the hunt and have it on, track their dog at all times.
And it's really important too. I mean, this has become a very important piece of equipment because we look here, we've just got another update while we've been talking, and you know, the dogs were beating and banging around, but it appears Outlaw is hitting around at about 204 yards to the west, and the way that they know that is thanks to the GPS collar.
That is
you
correct.
know, these judges have a really good idea at all times where these dogs are. It appears that while Outlaw was hitting around at 200 yards or so, 204 to the west, that Joe has basically checked out and started running down the edge of a ditch line and has moved out about 670 yards to the southwest. So, you know, Outlaw and Joe now have split up, but thanks to the GPS, these guys know exactly where those dogs are. Ooh, and another interesting development here, Luke and Jason, Jason being the handler of Outlaw, apparently have conferred, and Jason has elected to declare Outlaw treed at 191 yards with 52 minutes to go. 2 running, is that the clock we're talking about?
Yeah, 52 minutes to go in the hunt. And he says 2 running, that means the dog has shut up after, he declared him treed. And the dog quit treeing, quit barking at the tree. So there's a 2-minute clock. When the dog quits barking, they start the clock, and it's the 2-minute clock. If the dog does not bark for 2 minutes, the dog would be minus for leaving tree.
And bingo, we see it here. Outlaw, they've declared that he's moved on. We didn't even put the 125 up there, we got to throw 125 up, and he has now taken 125 minus. So,
yeah, let's back up for just a second with this report here. So, Luke mentioned the stationary. I don't think you mentioned that, but Luke is the judge. So he had the dogs banging around a little bit, and it sounds the judge mentioned putting the stationary on the dog. So that tells me that Outlaw had been treeing, and it was not called treed, and possibly for good reason. Maybe Jason knows him well enough that he wasn't committed 100%. Anyways, irregardless, Jason elected to call him treed. He was about 190 yards from the cast at the time with 52 minutes remaining. So after he called him treed, We put him on the scorecard for 125. They shut up. The 2 minutes started running, and it sounds to me like they say Outlaw has moved and taken 125 minus. That suggests that to me that he probably left the tree and went back on track, and they knew he opened up and they knew he was no longer at this tree. So he takes another hit there. That's a pretty big one. That's a 125. That's a pretty big hit for Outlaw at this point of the game. Now the 8. Now another report's coming in that they have the 8 running. So that means at this time both dogs have went silent. We talked about the 8-minute clock a little while ago. So
Yeah,
that's where we're at right now.
Both dogs have gone silent. They're still working it in the field. So it appears that right now the action slowed down just a little bit, but we've still got a good 45 minutes to go. So we're not even into the last quarter of it yet. Let's give these dogs a few minutes. And while we do that, let's take a little break here and take a little look at the UKC Shed Dog program.
Find it. Find it. Find it. Find it.
Just shed hunting, I would still do it, but it wouldn't mean what it means to me today. It's special to us. I mean, I'm a whitetail hunter, but I would rather go out in the woods with him and look for antlers than even hunt whitetail. So, and it's the bond that you have with your dog.
Good job. Good job.
As far as dogs' ability to find antlers, most of these dogs from most breeds don't have problems finding the antlers on the course. The tough part, and if a dog is going to fail, typically it will be because the retrieve is not successful.
I think a lot of it is training, basic obedience. Starting off is sight recognition. Put a shed out, let them understand the shape, the size, send them, find it, and just start open field work, just like you do a retriever, waterfowl hunt test pup. It just goes one step further with the sight of an antler, and then you go into the scent part and, you know, using their nose to find the antler and cover.
Yeah, girl. Here. Come on, Z. Ziva, here. Come on. Good girl. Come on, Ziva, find it.
Actually, one of the competitors that's here this weekend, Scott Kuchenbecker, he called me one day out of the blue and said, was I aware of the shed dog, that there were shed dogs in the sport of shed hunting? I said, yeah, absolutely. He said, would UKC be interested in getting involved in something like that? And I said, yes. It perfectly fits UKC's lifestyle with dogs. So I started working with Scott. We drafted up a format, and it just evolved from there. And it seems like the public has really embraced this format. So it's growing. It's one of our fastest growing sports right now. Running order and flight rotation, you all received a list when you checked in. You just progress through the different courses. All the courses have signage on them. Hopefully you've all seen where you need to be on your 3 courses. The National Championship format is the only event of the year where it's a culmination of 3 rounds. So each dog that's entered will be run 3 times this weekend on a different course, judged by a different judge. They will get a time, the time that they were on the course, and we will combine the times, and the lowest combined time dogs will place. This event is the only event where we do issue a national championship title. All the dogs will earn championship points towards their degrees. It's everything that UKC has to offer is right here. This is the weekend.
This is no ordinary puppy. And this is no ordinary story. This is the tale of a hero in the making. He is born, raised, and fed to rise to any challenge. Because he is no ordinary dog. He's a Eukanuba dog. Eukanuba provides animal proteins and high levels of DHA for a strong body and mind. Feed the extraordinary in your puppy and make your dog a Eukanuba dog.
He's been a fantastic dog. The bond that me and him have is absolutely amazing, and we just spent a lot of time walking around the woods together and looking for antlers, and I love actually going out in the woods and just letting him run and do it.
Attaboy, come on! Come on, here.
You train every day, and as far as shed hunting, you're going 8 miles, 9 miles. There's guys that go 20 miles a day, and to have proper nutrition, stamina, endurance, conditioning, just overall health it's so important.
Welcome back to the 2021 Coonhound World Championship presented by the United Kennel Club here in Peru, Indiana. And we got a good look at a lot of the great programs that UKC has. Of course, we're here at the premier event for the Coonhounds, the Coonhound World Championship. But, you know, if you're into canine sports, I guarantee you that the United Kennel Club has a venue for you somewhere out there, whether it's retrievers, shed dogs, coonhounds, beagles, agility, or even show dogs like we saw here at the also Hound Show World Championship today. There is a program available to you through the United Kennel Club. And if you want to learn more about that, you can check us out at ukcdogs.com or, of course, on any of our social media outlets. And you can find a lot of great information and see a lot of great events right here on the UKC YouTube channel as well. But right now, the matter at hand is the Coonhound World Championship, and we've got a little bit more information for you. Before we went to break there, the Outlaw had moved on and taken 125 minus. So to recap the scoring as it stands right now, we've got a 100-point strike on the board that is still just sitting there for Outlaw, but a minus of 125. So 225 minus potentially there. And with Joe, he's in the lead at a positive 50, so it's still anybody's game, but we're down to 2 dogs left in the field right now, as unfortunately Minnie was scratched for an infraction earlier. These guys, they've been at it hot and heavy, and the judges have been chasing them hard. We just received word that after they declared that the 8-minute time limit was running because the dogs were silent just a few minutes ago, it was broken by Outlaw, who vocalized again right around the same area they'd been in. Joe, in the meanwhile, has checked out completely. They're not hearing anything from him, but by his GPS tracking, it appears that he's about 876 yards to the southeast, which means that he is getting over by the house and in an area where they feel like it's really not a good place for him to be. So a timeout has been called. If you're keeping track, you can stop your watch right now. There's 40 minutes left to hunt. So on a 2-hour hunt here, we are an hour and 20 minutes into it with 40 minutes to go. We're 2/3 of the way in. It's still anybody's ball game right now. Joe's out on top with a plus 50. Outlaw has minus 100 and minus 125, but still another 100 hanging on the board. So it's still anybody's ball game. It looks like that they're going to take another break here with 40 minutes left in the hunt. The handlers have an hour to catch the dogs and meet back at the truck. So right now, no one is on the clock. Time has been called, and we've got our handlers out there working to bring their dogs in and meet them at the truck. Once they do that, of course, Trevor will declare that it is time to recast those dogs, and we'll start the clock running again with 40 minutes left to go. So still, you know, a ton of action here at the 2021 Coonhound World Championship. And while we're waiting on these guys to catch their dogs and cast them back out, here in a couple seconds, we'll bring you some footage from the 2020 night hunt winner. So these guys are out there working to bring them back. Clock is stopped. We're in a timeout. We're gonna get these guys, get their dogs, get back to the truck. So even though Joe, it's time to note here too that, you know, Joe checked out on that area and has moved out. Right now, there's no penalty for that. You know, the dog is hunting. He just moves into an area where they feel like it's gotten over by the house. It's not safe. They want to keep him in the hunt area. So this is strictly a timeout with no immediate penalty involved there. So in a second, we'll resume here at the 2021 Coonhound World Championship. But in the meantime, let's take a little look at the 2020 night hunt.
I'm Scott Engel from Hillsboro, Ohio. This is Mojo's Electric Rodeo. I started coon hunting when I was probably 8 years old. Hunted with my grandpa for several years and several of his local buddies. And from then I loved it. It's kind of a passion, obsession, I don't know which one you want to call it, and still enjoy it. That's been, probably been coon hunting for 30 years. I do it, try to do it 3 or 4 nights a week. Don't do it as much in the summertime because I hate hunting in the heat, but wintertime, yeah, we'll hunt 3 or 4 or 5 nights a week. It's just like the bond you get with a dog and trying to make him better, learning, figuring him out, keeping him in shape, making him the best he can be. And then it's also training puppies. I love hunting with pups, raising pups. You know, we've had several stud dogs that we have bred throughout the years, and it's making new ones all the time, you know, trying to make the next generation better. This is the 3rd generation. Here we've had his daddy, Mojo Mason, and Mojo Mason's daddy, Mojo. Basically, we're just looking for them with good mouths and sounding good, you know, where you can hear them a long ways off, and got a lot of drive. And everything that I've ever really enjoyed doing hunting-wise has always been with the dogs. So just hearing them, seeing them work.
Electric Rodeo.
I actually have only been to the UKC World Hunt, I think, twice. Big time deal. I never had a chance. I was always somewhere else while it was going on, but a huge deal. Alan Gingrich and those guys do an awesome job. This is a big one.
Just about go time.
Be just like in any normal cast night. We'll just go out there and I'll let you know when it's over. If he's ready, I think I am, so.
Yes, we done it. Good hunting. Tickled to death. Glad. Treat a bunch of coons. Each dog treat one. They all the dogs look good, and the handlers done their jobs, and just a good hunt. Very, very proud of him. He's ready for a week rest. I think we'll give him a week off after this one.
Mojo's Electric Rodeo, Scott Engel, Randy Morgan.
And the UKC World Hunt has always been like huge king. You know, it's always been that way.
I've been shed dog hunting for about half a year, since September. Hunting sheds my whole life, but we started getting into this after Dave Larson trained her in Riverstone Kennels. It's fun, very fun. You meet very nice people, and it's just a very competitive yet fun sport. Harper, she's a very fun-loving dog, very excited, lots of drive, and she just really loves to do this. You just see it click in her mind the moment she comes out here. She did very well this weekend. I'm very proud of her and us. I mean, I wasn't expecting to win this weekend. I was just expecting to do okay with her and just get another good run in, but yeah.
Being a national working champion is very exciting. I'm about to boil over from it, but it's very exciting. I've always shed hunted all my life, and then 15 years ago when I seen they started using labs a little, I thought, I'm gonna start doing that. It's 100 times better with a dog with me. Find way more sheds. It's just, I love watching a dog work. Me and him have been doing a lot of work. He's just a young dog, and I thought the past 2 weeks how he's been running, he ought to be right there, and he done it.
It's just great. It's fun to be outside with the dogs. We always shed hunted before we had dogs, but having the dogs just makes it a little bit more exciting, a little easier to find them. Cree will be 5 in May. Anytime you have an antler laying around the house, she's gonna go after it, she's gonna go find it. Most of the time it's always me messing up, not her, so I'm glad that I didn't let her down this time. Being a national champion is very exciting. It's very rewarding when all the hard work pays off.
Welcome back, folks. Well, it has certainly been a very eventful night so far here at the 2021 Coonhound World Championship. This has been a great UKC event so far. So to bring you up to speed on where we're at right now, we started out the night with 3 dogs. We had our initial cast go off this evening. I believe that for us, the clock started running tonight at about 8:45. We have had several strikes for just coming in. Our 3 dogs out there in the field start out were Outlaw, Minnie, and Joe. Outlaw has got off to a really fast start. Every time that he's been turned loose, had several strikes. One tree that turned out to be a circle. Minnie took a big lead in the beginning, opening up to about 450 points over Outlaw and 300 over Joe. But unfortunately, after Minnie was declared treed the second time, through a miscue, she was recast too early, and that led to a judge's ruling that Minnie had to be scratched. Joe, in the meantime, has been sitting in second place up until that point all night long. With Minnie's scratch, he has moved into first place as well. And so we are been sorting through it for the last several minutes as the dogs have been picked back up and called in as Joe moved out of the hunt area. They're about to be recast, and while we're waiting, Alan Gingrich has rejoined us here. Alan, why don't you give us a recap on the scoring and tell everybody, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that want to know exactly where we're at in the scoring right now.
Yeah, so well, unfortunately, we have 1 dog that is that was scratched out of the hunt. As we know, it leaves us with the 2 dogs, Outlaw and Joe. The Outlaw was minus 125 for leaving his tree. That was the last report we got. Since then, what has happened, Joe kind of checked out. He got out in a place of danger around some roads, or got on a road, and they elected to call timeout in accordance with the rules. So they were gathering dogs up right now, deleted their strike points, and they're going to move to a new location and recast. So that brings us up to speed where they're at.
So they're moving to a new location, but just to make this clear for everybody out there, when we talk about them moving to a new location, they're casting from a location that they have not cast from before, but our overall hunt area extends for well over 2 square miles. So they're going to stay in the same hunt area that they've been in all night long. They're just going to a new location in that area to recast.
I assume they're actually going to move down the road to a different location.
So we're going to a whole new hunt area.
Correct. That's what I gather.
Oh, thank you for the correction there. So, and it looks like you're taking a look at it here on the map. Indeed, it appears that, as always, you are correct. They are moving to a new location. They've actually given it to us, and it's only about 10 minutes down the road. So right now, the verdict's in that it's time to move them out to a new area, and they're headed back to the trucks and going 10 miles down the road or so. And with that, there's still 39 minutes left in the hunt, so we're barely 2/3 of the way into this thing.
That is correct. You know, you have this incident that did occur. It's not like what you like to see, you know, but things like this happen. You know, the rules are rules, whether it was last Friday night at a regular club hunt or the World Championship. You know, so it is unfortunate, you know, but I think it's not the first time that you had a situation like this occur, you know, and it's unfortunate, but so I don't know everything out there, you know, but obviously I think we have one handler that's pretty disgruntled, and you can understand that, you know, as anybody would be. But I do know we have some people sitting around us watching tonight, and we've got another world champion handler that's sitting in the crowd, and he could probably talk about some of these things, you know, that do occur in night hunts like this, and I know he's been in situations like that as well, so maybe here before too long we might have to pull him in on set and talk to him a little bit while we've got some free time here eventually. So might be a good time while the cast is moving around.
I see some heads nodding out there. I would definitely have to concur with that. I always like hearing from other folks, particularly a fresh perspective from somebody that's been there and done that. So we definitely got to see what we can do about bringing him up here. You know, and the other great thing about doing this as a live stream and being here in this area is we are going to have an opportunity, if you just stick with us, to bring a little bit more clarity. Hopefully we'll be able to report a little bit on exactly, you know, what occurred out there.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I know from being a competitor at the very highest level many times in other United Kennel Club events, it's always, you know, it's the director of hunting operations. You guys do a great job of trying to make it fair. And that's what matters at the end of the day.
It is fair, you know, and when we say fair, we also have rules to go by, you know, so I've always found that if you stay within those rules, you can't be more fair than that. Even if it's unfortunate. Trust me, I've been in those positions as well, but I think that's always served us well to not waver from those rules.
So as we move forward here now, here's our situation. It's going to be just like, you know, any other hunt. I mean, there are situations just like last night where we had 2 casts that went out where you only had 2 dogs going head to head. That's basically where we're at now. So now that we're in that situation, head to head, we've got Outlaw, we've got Joe. They're moving 10 minutes down the road. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. If you will go over there, Alan, and go through the scoring tonight as it has occurred. And, you know, one of the questions that came up while you were gone here to me was, what's going to happen to that third 100-point strike up on the board after Outlaw took a -125 on that tree?
Yeah, so we talked about that. We had the last report was that Joe here got into a dangerous area around some houses and things like that. So the timeout rules do allow them to call timeout and gather up all the dogs. In this case, their strike points would be deleted in that case. So that's where we are. So Joe was struck in at 75. His strike points get deleted here. And we had Outlaw in at 100 on that you just asked, J. Paul. And his strike points are deleted as well. So they're in a timeout situation right now with 39 minutes remaining in the hunt. So the total score here is Outlaw is sitting at 225 minus for a total score. Then we have Joe sitting in first place right here with 50 plus for his total score at the moment. So that's where we are, 39 minutes remaining. They're catching dogs and going to move to a new location.
So taking a look at the scoreboard there, with basically 1/3 of the night still left to go, Outlaw, he's dug himself a little bit of a hole. He's sitting back there, 225 points minus to Joe's 50 plus, 275 point separation. But it's still anybody's game. You know, simply what that means is kind of like the difference in football between being behind by 1 score or 2. It's definitely Outlaw is going to either have to strike twice, tree twice, and put some points on the board on a couple of strikes, or Joe is going to have to make a serious miscue for him to make that up.
That is correct. Right now Outlaw is he's sitting at 225 minus. He's got 50 plus here, so that means Outlaw right now he needs to strike twice. Means tree 2 coons to get past Joe right here. So Joe's sitting pretty good position at the moment.
But that doesn't mean that Outlaw couldn't win it with 1 strike and 1 tree if Joe put up some minus points as well.
That is correct. But
basically, it's a 2-score ball game for Outlaw right now is what we're looking at.
A lot of scenarios that could change a whole lot. So.
Yeah, he probably needs 2 scores to bring him back into the picture here of winning. But he's definitely not out of it because, I mean, we've had a ton of stuff happen just looking at your scoreboard and all the marking on it already. And, you know, we're only 2/3 of the way through in there. One thing we do know for sure, this year's national champion is definitely going to be a treeing walker male.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. Yeah, at this point, that's where we're down to the last 2 dogs right here. So 39 minutes remaining. It's winding down.
So, you know, let's talk a little bit about Jason and Ricky. You know, first of all, you're Ricky. You're sitting there with Joe, dog you know, 4 years old, hunted with him a lot, even though he's had a storied past or traveled past along the way. What's his game plan when he goes out there? Does he have one?
Well, at this point, he's sitting in pretty good position right here. He's going to be careful. He's not going to be jumpy. He's going to be careful with his calls. Right now, as long as Outlaw doesn't treat another raccoon on him, he's going to relax probably as much as he can, and he's going to hope that clock runs down and ticks away as fast as it can. That's where he's at.
So you're Ricky, Joe strikes. You're 275 points ahead. Do you declare to strike really, really quick? Or if you're in his shoes, are you going to sit back and wait a minute and go, you know what, I'm not going to declare strike unless I'm 100% sure because a minus can kill me?
You're asking about Ricky?
Yeah.
He's going to just sit back and relax. He's probably not going to call his dog on a first bark. He's probably going to wait until he absolutely has to strike his dog at this point.
He's going to know that he's going to feel confident.
Yeah, he's going to wait till on the third bark to strike his dog. Ricky's a good handler. He knows the rules. He's going to hold off at this point, I would think. Only 39 minutes remaining. He's going to put the ball in the court of Outlaw, see what Outlaw does, and he's just going to kind of hang loose a little bit and play accordingly.
So if you're Ricky, you're sitting back, you're relaxing. If he barks, you're not necessarily going to say a word unless you feel really, really confident that you're not going to be taking points off.
I don't think he's going to strike him until he has to.
Gotcha. Let's flip it around. You're Jason and Outlaw. What's going through your head? What's your plan?
He's probably not going to waste much time. His dog opens, he's probably going to call him, and he's going to try to get in with him as soon as he can at on the tree and everything like that. So he's going to call him as soon as he can.
And we know Outlaw typically doesn't take much time. Outlaw doesn't take much time to strike whatsoever there. So we can expect it to happen pretty fast and furious as well. So they've still there's no indication from the guys that they are back into the field where they want to go yet. So right now we're sitting on a timeout, and I'll tell you, while we wait for them to get where they're going, let's take another break right here and give them a chance to get those dogs back out in the field. All right, well, yeah.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You activate the power that sits ready and waiting inside every fiber of muscle. You fill every last cell with the energy to push harder than whatever gets in the way. You turn drive into overdrive, natural ability into legendary status. And to do it, you need nutrition that holds nothing back. Introducing the all-new Eukanuba Premium Performance lineup. Built to run full throttle on protein and fat, then find another gear. Made with nutrients that are customized for what your dog does. GI technology that supports optimal nutrient delivery. And an antioxidant cocktail that helps day 3 feel like day 1. Where your dog peaks depends on how far their fuel can take them. The all-new Eukanuba Premium Performance lineup. 4 formulas to hold nothing back.
But today, I have to pick one, a level low. Walker Dog's the winner.
2020 World Champion, Grand Champion PR All-American Dream Girl. Congratulations to Minnie and Gerald.
My name is Megan Perez and I'm from Clarksville, Missouri. I call her Girl, but her UKC name is All-American Dream Girl. I had 2 other females entered and ready to go, a blue tick female and another walker female, and both of them actually came in heat. And Girl, she's had 2 litters of puppies and she's actually won quite a bit for me. She's won 2 years at Peru Nationals and she's won her breed at Autumn Oaks 2 years. And I was a little bit nervous that maybe it was time to retire her. But those 2 females that I had entered ended up coming in heat, and we last minute substituted her for one of the females. So she came with us. It's been a dream that I wanted a title on her so bad, and I was worried that it was almost too late. She's always fun to show. I mean, she's always been fun to show. Her littermate brother Boone actually won the world title as well a few years back, and her sister has actually won the breed 3 different years. Her dad and her mom, I have a long history with both of them. I didn't make the cross, but her mom and dad I showed for many years, and actually I won the national title at Autumn Oaks with her daddy. Me and her mommy, her dam, we won a lot state level events, and we traveled a lot. So. Her mom and dad definitely have some history. It's really depressing when they get older and you get that last chance. That's why I got so emotional, because I knew she deserved it, but I was just worried that she was getting up there where it might not happen. She's got a really laid-back personality. Actually, at home, she's really spoiled. If you're giving another dog attention, she thinks she should get the attention, and she'll let you know. So she's really not this laid back at home, but she loves to be loved. If you're petting her, she'll take it all day.
We're both passionate about the outdoors and super passionate about coonhounds. You know, for a lot of folks, you know, this stuff's a hobby. This is a way of life for us. I mean, this is us, you know.
We love working puppies, whether it's for showing or hunting. And he likes the blue ticks, and I like the blue ticks too, for sure. It's definitely my all breeds are my passion. And then of course I got the walkers that I've always been into. But that's our passion. That's what we do.
If we ain't doing it, we're thinking it.
Every day.
It's our way of life. I mean, it's just some of these folks, it's a hobby, and some of us, it's a way of life. She's deserved that for years. I mean, she's deserved that title. She's been one of the best. I mean, truly.
So welcome back to the 2021 UKC World Coonhound Championship. We just took a really good look at last year's bench showing. Of course, we had the bench competition for the Coonhounds here today, and now tonight we have the Coonhound World Championship. And we're going to wait a little bit here for our dogs to get back in the field. Right now we are on a hold. The clock is not running. We've got 39 minutes left. At any minute, Trevor Wade and the cast will be resuming in the field. And while we're waiting on them to recast, let's take a look at the scoreboard and recap what has happened so far tonight. So, as you can see on the scoreboard, we started out with Outlaw, Minnie, and Joe. It has been an action-packed night. Outlaw struck first, right off the bat for 100 points. And coming in right behind him for 75 was Minnie. There we go. We've got it up on the scoreboard. So let's take a look at the top first. Outlaw. First strike came a couple of minutes into the hunt right away. 100 points. Minnie fell in behind for 75 and Joe for 50. Came back around, and on that, actually, Joe treed first, even though Outlaw had the first strike. Outlaw never made it to the tree. Minnie came in behind for plus 75. Outlaw wound up taking a negative 100. Game was confirmed in the tree, so after our first strike and tree, we had Joe in the lead with 175 plus, Minnie with 150 plus, and Outlaw with 100 minus. Cast back again, immediately once again, Outlaw strikes first for 100, Minnie second for 75, Joe third for 50. At this point, the dogs split up, and we had Outlaw tree in one area on a very large old oak tree, and Minnie tree in another. Minnie was also on that tree by herself, actually, for the 125. So Joe's tree, Outlaw's tree, was declared a circle. No points were given for the 100-point strike or the 125 tree. He remained at 100 minus. Game was found on Minnie's tree the second time around. Once again, she was in there on the strike and on the tree, but first this time taking 125 plus. At that point, she moved into a pretty commanding lead with 350 plus, Joe at 50 plus, and Outlaw bringing up the rear at 100 minus. So just when it looked like Minnie was taking a commanding lead, we had a recast too quick, and unfortunately, she had a scratch. When the dogs were cut loose again, Outlaw struck again immediately for 100 points. Joe struck once again for 75. While the dogs were out there hunting, Outlaw got on tree, but unfortunately, after he was declared tree, he moved off before the search began. So Outlaw took a minus 125 on that tree, dropping him down to 225 minus. Joe held at 50 plus, but at that point, Joe had split away from Outlaw, was about 850 yards away from the group, and at that time the judges deemed that Joe had moved into an unsafe position, so once again the clock was stopped. They decided that it was time to move to a new location. So in that event, the strike points were still on the board, but because they did have to take a break and move to a new location, those points were stricken from the board. So as it stands now, we have had a whole lot of action along the way as it stands, and we've got Joe in front with 50 plus, and Outlaw pretty deep in a hole at 225 minus. Right now, we're waiting on them to recast with 39 minutes left, and while we're waiting, I have a very special guest that has joined me here in the studio, Mr. Rick Stretch. How you doing, buddy? Nice to meet you, Rick. Yep. What do you think about tonight?
It's quite exciting tonight, and here we are for all the marbles.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably the most prestigious win of the year for these guys, and sure, we had an unfortunate accident out there, a miscue by whoever, and now we're down to 2. And it's my understanding that we've called time, and they're moving to new hunting grounds.
Yeah. They moved locations. We can take out a look here on our monitor there. Only about 10 minutes away, so this shouldn't be too long a break now. From what I understand, they have caught the dogs and moved back to the truck, so I expect us to recast pretty much any time now. So here's where we're at. We've got a 275-point difference between Joe and Outlaw. We've got basically a third of the hunt remaining. What do you think? Is it still anybody's game, or should?
Well, Outlaw's going to have to treat 2 coons to get it above the board. Yeah. Okay, we know that at this point, and we're sitting here with Joe with 50 plus. He's got a commanding lead, but the way the situation is now, that when we go back in on strike, let's say it's apparent that Outlaw's been doing all the first strikes tonight, but when Joe strikes back in tonight, he's going to strike in for 75. Now he's got to make that 75 good, or if it comes down and takes a minus on that, then he's going to be at a minus score. So there's a lot of thought process going on here, to where these handlers are sweating bullets right now. I've been there. I've been there in the finals before, and they're
how many times have you been here, Rick?
In the finals, one time, winning the World Hunt in 2012, and I finished 4th a time, one other time, and 5th another time in the UKC World Hunt. And for me, there's no greater championship to win.
So you've been exactly where these guys are.
Yeah, and you kept saying how cool Jason Cooper was, and calm and relaxed he was. Right out there right now, they're sweating bullets. Both them guys have got lumps in their throat, and they're sweating it out right now, because apparently where they're hunting at, maybe the coons aren't cooperating as good as we'd like for them to, so now we're going to move places and try to get into more coons. But the situation where Joe's got 50 plus and he strikes in for 75, he's got to make that good or he's going to lose his 50 plus on that.
Yeah,
so we're in a situation here where we need to score another coon to make sure everything finishes the way we would like for it to.
Right, and you bring up a really interesting point there as well, Rick. These dogs, you've got to have a positive score. I mean, earlier tonight, Alan mentioned the fact that we have had a year where there was no world champion because no one received a positive score.
Right.
So, you know, for Joe actually has the most to lose and nothing to gain by another strike. You would almost think that if you're in Ricky's shoes, you're hoping that these dogs stay silent for the next 39 minutes.
If they stay silent, then Ricky's the winner.
Then Ricky is the winner.
But they're not going to. In northern Indiana, they're not going to stay silent. They're going to get in there and they're going to strike a coon. It's just whether or not the coon's going to cooperate enough to where they can get a treat or whatever else.
But I mean, from Ricky's standpoint, you know, we've been saying early, you know, comparing it to football, it is now a two-possession game for Outlaw, basically.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. He's got to score 2 coons in order for him to have a chance to win the World Hunt.
So from a guy that's been there before, Joe strikes, whether it's for 100 or for 75. I mean, we got to bet it's probably going to be Outlaw looking at the track record, but there's no certainty of that. If he strikes, do you say a word? I mean, if you're Ricky.
You have to call him. On before the third bark after the minute's up, he's going to have to strike him. So it doesn't matter if he's striking for 100 or striking for 75.
He has got to strike.
He's got to call him or he's subject to have a rule infraction against him, okay? So after the third bark, after the minute's up, the third bark that dude makes, he's going to have to call him, whether it be second strike or first strike.
So he has no choice. I mean, he can't get in there and just say, I'm going to play it cool. I'm not going to do a dang thing.
Right.
If Joe indicates that he's on trail, that he's struck, after a minute, Ricky is
I'm going to predict we're going to score on another coon or two. We're going to move to a spot where the guys know that we're going to be able to score on another coon or two. One of the guides out there tonight, he was our guide last night, and he had us in all kinds of coons. And we're going to score on another coon before the night's over.
Well, we're fixing to have the opportunity to. It's going to happen pretty fast probably because they have just walked across the lane in the middle of a bean field. The dogs are recast at 11:21 with 39 minutes left to hunt. And while I'm reading this, what has happened there?
There you go.
Outlaw struck for 100 under a minute at 268 yards to the northwest. And like you said, he didn't have a choice. Joe goes in for 75, 304 yards in, just to the left of Outlaw.
So they're not even together. And in just a minute or so after we've turned loose, they've struck 2 different tracks here, apparently. Okay.
So Joe's in a dangerous spot.
He's got to make that 75 good. He's got to put a tree on the end of it. He can't take another minus. Now, if they finish at the end of regulation hunting time, which is what happened to us in 2012, with no winner, with no plus, then they're going to hunt in 1 hour increments until a winner is determined. If my understanding of the rule is correct on that, but they're going to hunt in 1 hour increments until we have a winner, simply for the fact of that 1987 event where they didn't have a winner. And for these major events like this, we need to have a winner, and UKC has developed a plan to make it work for the best.
So, Rick, you know what that tells me? We could dang well be here all day night long.
We could dang well be here, but I'm still sticking to my guns. We're going to score on another coon or two before the 39 minutes is up. And I promise you that they're in good hunting out there where they're at, wherever they're at. They're in good hunting. They're going to make sure that they give them every opportunity to make it work.
Yes, sir. So you've been here a first, a fourth, a fifth, 3 times around.
Yeah.
How has the game changed over the years since you started it, won it in 2012?
Well, right here we are. You know, I mean, the technology has been phenomenal. It's just growing leaps and bounds. You guys showed the GPS here earlier tonight, and now we've got a product that's relatively new out there, and I think UKC down the road is going to jump on board with this. Now the guys in other registries are able to carry a heat-seeking like infrared scope,
yes.
thermal imaging,
right?
And I think that we'll see that here within the next year or two at UKC. And it's all about giving the dog as much credit as we can. And when we've got a tree like Outlaw had treed earlier in the night that we couldn't find the coon on, but possibly was there.
TI would have been
TI would have been fantastic to have there. And so the technology is there. I'm not going to say that our dogs are any better or any worse. That's up for debate for everybody across the country. Our hunting time has shortened a little bit, and it has created an issue where our dogs seem to need to speed up.
So tell me, I mean, quantify that. How has our hunting time shortened up?
It's short. We used to have 3-hour hunts, and now we're down to 2-hour hunts, and even in some places we're in 90-minute hunts. And so there's a few reasons for that. Landowners, other hunters. We got the deer hunters, we got squirrel hunters, turkey hunters, things like that. And we've shortened our hunting time down because some of our hunting area has shortened down. And so that's part of it. That's why we've shortened our time down.
Well, you know, certainly we've got to make adaptations because, you know, as urban sprawl continues, our areas to hunt, whether you're a duck hunter, a deer hunter, a coon hunter, you know, that things are going to change constantly. The really cool thing about the different registries is the way that they are continuing to adapt. I mean, you know, Kennel Club has done a great job of helping evolve this. The technology is changing, doing everything that we could possibly do to be more inclusive for the people that want to follow it too. Through things like our
They've done a
live
great
stream,
job.
you know,
They have come leaps and bounds to give us a program that really works for the hunters out there.
Yeah, and this is great, having the feedback. And looks like our group, the cast is tightening up to the dogs. Joe is still out there at 442 yards. Boy, that dog has been running big tonight. 442, and now they're indicating that Joe has treed for 125 points. Outlaw is out at 281, so the dogs are split. Every indication is that Outlaw is still on strike. He is still vocalizing, so his 100 points are still going to be up there on the board. Joe's 75 plus now. He's treed for 125. So you want to stick those up there on the scoreboard for us?
So we got Joe for Outlaw for another 100, of course.
Of course, if we can find the marker over there. Oh, there you got it. All right. I'll tell you what, I love it when we have a guest join us that is totally full service and super knowledgeable like Rick here.
And then we've got Joe struck for 75, treed for 125.
Yep.
And they, so what have we been loose here? Maybe we've been loose under 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And Joe's already been declared treed.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's going to happen. We're going to wind this thing up on a positive note. And but like you said, they're 442 yards away, so we're a few minutes away from knowing what we got going on there.
Yeah, we've still got a fourth of the hunt left. They were recast at 11:21. We're sitting on 11:29 now. 8 minutes in, 31 minutes left. So we're just about 3/4 of the way, but there's a lot that can happen. And you've got to think that Ricky right now, as we look at the scoreboard over there, you know, he's got everything to gain but also a heck of a lot to lose. I mean, if this dog trees and he gets pluses on both of those, he's picked up another 200 points and opened that lead up.
And now he can breathe easy. But we got to just wait and see how he scores on that. I look for Outlaw to come treat here shortly. I would say that we're going to have split trees here just pretty quick.
Yeah, I'd have to think so too.
Yep.
You know, we've got a good 150 yards separating the dogs. When Joe was declared treed, I would be very surprised if Outlaw was on the same strike, but he still could move into the same tree, in which point he would be treeing. Well, actually, he's got 2 minutes to.
He's got 3 minutes to get there, and we've
75.
used up probably 2 by now. So, and we haven't got an update on it. But so in our cast last night, I walked along as a backup handler last night, and Joe was in our cast. And he treed 2 coons off to himself last night and looked completely focused. I mean, he was out there to do his job, and he done a job real well. And I'm predicting that he's done a good job here too. I hope we find the coon here.
So even though Joe's been off on his own quite a bit, at once they even indicated that he was kind of wandering, he was still focused on working, you believe?
Yeah, he was rock solid last night, rock solid, and he looked like a dog that could win the world hunt.
Do you like a dog that covers a lot of ground like that yourself?
It just depends on the area. I kind of draw a line across the United States, Route 70. A dog north of Route 70 doesn't have to quite cover as much ground as a dog south of Route 70.
Oh, I live south of I-70.
And so, up here they don't need to screech in there hard and fast all the time. Sometimes we put them right on top of a coon, Now here they've busted in there. Between the two of them here, they've went over 750 yards.
So if we take a look at the scoreboard there, Outlaw, beg your pardon, has struck first strike 4 times, and I've been keeping track of it. Rick, all 4 of those have been less than 120 seconds after he's been cut loose.
Yeah, probably so.
This dog, for 4 strikes, it's taking him combined 6 or 7 minutes.
He was 268 yards when he first opened this turn loose here. So when he's digging in and he's getting in there, when they get to this level, when we're at the finals, that's the type of quality of dog that you got to have. You got to have one digging in there to get the job done.
So you said he looked like a world champion last night.
Yeah, the Joe dog.
Yeah, the Joe dog. What were you seeing? When they cut him loose, what was his immediate reaction?
He fired off in there by himself. He paid no attention to the other dogs. He was the second dog called treat, I believe, last night. And we marched, we were probably 300 yards from him, and we marched right in there, and the judge found the coon immediately. And so he got to recast, and we scored on 2 or 3 other trees, 1 minus and a couple circles, and there you go.
Yep.
There you go.
And you're right, they were dead split. Outlaw has been treed. It says for 126, but I'm assuming that was a typo on Trevor's part for 125. And he is 180 yards to the northeast of the cast. When Joe was declared, he was to the west. So they're still en route to Joe.
Actually, they've made it there.
Yep, they've made it.
Yep.
They've made it to Joe now. Yep. Must have had a little loss of signal because it came in bang, bang, still en route, and then now he's been handled. The shine time has started. So they've got 8 minutes.
Shine time. Yep, shine
if you're
time.
Ricky, though,
yeah,
this could be the longest or shortest 8 minutes of your life.
As long as he walks away from there with no minus points, he's still going to have a lead. And a worst case scenario for Ricky is he's going to come away from there with circle points. We're going to head to Outlaw. If he's got a coon, now he's even with the board, still 50 points behind Joe. And Joe's going to get cut loose again. And we're going to find a coon here. We're going to find a coon, maybe 2 coons here on one of these trees or both these trees.
Yes, sir. Well, I tell you what, while they let the clock start to run and start to shine, we're going to throw you to break. But before we do, I definitely want to thank Rick for coming in and joining us,
I appreciate the opportunity.
I've really enjoyed chatting with you. I'll tell you what, a lot of great information there, and thank you so much for your insights. We're going to go to break, and then Alan Gingrich is going to join me back here at the studio for the 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championship.
I used to play music, played in bands when I was younger. I remember the very first time I ever went on stage, and the first time I'm playing in front of a real crowd. I walk up to that stage, to that trailer, and all of a sudden I feel my knees knocking against the side, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting butterflies here. I get that same feeling, especially in a hunt that is a big deal. It's one thing just to participate at your local club, but when you come to an event like the World Championship was always one of those for me. This is an important event, something that you put a lot of work into with your dog, and now the time is here and you hope your dog is going to perform like he had been, you know. Get out of the truck, go back, get your dog out, pet him up a couple times, you know, talk to him a little bit. And here we go. And then it's like you just feel those same type of butterflies. And I always thought that it's good to have butterflies. If you don't get a little bit of that excitement, you probably don't have that passion. It's amazing how many people you get to know in a sport like this. And there's a lot of sports like that, but just a lot of good people that share their passion for dogs, you know?
Welcome back to the 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championships. And let me tell you something. It has been an action-packed night. Everything that you could want so far, and it ain't over yet, but everything that you could want so far in a championship. We've had a lot of coons, a lot of strikes, a lot of trees, a little bit of drama, unfortunately, but it is the world's, we are down to 2 dogs right now. They have just been recast. To bring you back up to what's been going on just for the last couple of minutes, Mr. Rick Stretch was nice enough to step in with us. And while Rick and I have been talking and Alan's been away, we've had both dogs strike on the recast. The recast occurred at 11:21 with 39 minutes to hunt. Outlaw struck right off the bat for the 4th time tonight, all 4 strikes within 2 minutes of being released for 100. Joe came in right behind him, but on a different strike for 75. Both dogs continued to hunt. Appears that Joe treed first for 125, so they took off after Joe. While they were going after Joe, Outlaw came in and treed for 125 as well. Now, we've got 275 points that split these dogs. Right now up on the board, Outlaw has 100 points for a strike, Joe 75. Both have 125 for tree, but they've went off after Joe, and right now we've had a big change in the score. You can plus Joe's tree for 125 points, which also pluses his 75 strike. So Joe gains another 200 points on Outlaw, and I think we've even got a little bit of footage with Trevor out here from the field.
Hey guys, Trevor back live from the woods. I came to the new spot, cut loose. Been 12 minutes and we got some action. Joe's treed in here. He took 75 strike, 125 tree. We're here, he's handled, they're signing that tree. On the way to this tree, Outlaw's been declared split treed about 200 yards away. 100 strike, 125 tree. They have found Joe's coon. Someone found Joe's coon here, and Luke Stark is making his way over to the tree right now. Plus him up. Plus him up. Joe's been plussed. We'll handle him, get him recast, and head to Outlaw's tree. Stay tuned.
Okay, so there you saw it. We, as Alan has already moved over there, threw up the plus points for Joe. But while that was going on and they were at that tree, we have Outlaw, who they moved on and started to shine his tree. Looks like not only are they lighting it up, but they're also throwing in the squallers as well. And boom, let me tell you, Alan, he brought it right back in there. You can plus him up for another 125. Outlaw has just closed the gap again, plus for 125. While he was out there, Joe, so I guess you can also plus his 100. Now, Joe, while the 100 was still on the board, struck again just a minute ago for 75. So let's throw 75 on the board for Joe.
Okay.
So let's take a look at the scores. It looks like now, as it stands with probably a good 20 minutes left to go in the hunt, we've got Outlaw back into neutral territory. He's on the board for 0. Is that right, Alan?
Yeah, that's correct. So we go back down here to Joe, who we scored his tree first. That's correct, right?
Yep,
I had stepped away there for a second. So he's that gives him 250 on that tree right there. So he had a score of 50 plus. That moves him up to a total score of 250. So he was, then you had Outlaw struck for 100. He scored 125, and that just got plus. So he was sitting at 225, so that puts him even with the board, is what we call it here. So he has a total score of 0. Meanwhile, before Outlaw was recast, that means strikes aren't open, because until this dog is recut, he hangs on to his strike positions. Joe restruck for 75.
And as long as Joe's 75 is there on the board, the 100's not available. So now Outlaw has struck again, so we need to throw another 50 up on the board for him.
Yeah, so Outlaw, because Outlaw cannot strike above this dog right here, so he's going to get 50 if he struck in. Is that what the report says?
That's what the report says. So as it stands right now, both dogs are out there. Both have struck. Joe for 75 coming in behind Outlaw's 100. Outlaw for 50 behind Joe's 75. And boy, they're not taking any time. So now we can go ahead and we can tree Joe for another 125. Wow. So he's already treed again. So Outlaw struck in for 50, but Joe is treed for 125. And it looks like these dogs are still split up. So there's still a lot of points on the board, but there is one thing that we should really make note of while the cast walks to Joe to see whether or not they can confirm those 200 points that he's got hanging on the board. Joe has really helped his position now, because with that last plus 75 and plus 125, he increased his plus points to 250. He's got 200 open hanging on the board, but the worst he could do, even if both of those become minuses, he's still in the positive. That is a big, big deal right now.
That is correct. Right now he's got the 75 strike and 125 tree pending. If you plus it up, that's going to move him up another 200 points for 450. That's going to be huge. But you're right. If worst case scenario would be a minus there, would give him 200 minus. He would still be 50 to the good and still be leading the cast.
Yep, so points are still up there on the board. Right now we don't have anyone in minus, so it looks like we're going to probably have, unless something really odd happened here with only about 10 or 15 minutes to go, a dog in the plus at the end of the first 2 hours of regulation.
Right.
But still a lot of action. And the big takeaway here right now, you know, we've got 200 points up there pending on the board for Joe, 75 strike, 125 tree. We've got 50 pending on the board strike points for Outlaw. Last indication is he hasn't treed again yet, but with 50 on the board for Outlaw and 200 for Joe, and Joe ahead by 250. If he gets a minus on those, we're back, and Joe can plus that up, Outlaw can plus that up. It's still anybody's ballgame.
I'm sure there's a lot of scenarios that could play out here, and that's why we hunt the whole 2 hours before we can determine the winner. You know, there's so many scenarios here, but right now, Ricky and Joe are sitting in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and you got to think Ricky's breathing a lot easier, knowing it would be really tough. It would take another sequence, another strike, another tree for him to go into that minus territory.
That's right. That's right. So. Yeah, I don't know how much time they have left. I don't think they've given us a time remaining other than that 39 minutes that when they first turned loose.
Right, and that started at 11:21, so we're looking at about 10 minutes left in this.
Yeah, so this second spot, new area that they moved to has turned out to be pretty productive.
Yeah, well, and the first spot was very productive.
Absolutely was. Absolutely.
Yeah, we see a lot of points going up there on that board tonight, all the way around it. And you know what's really impressed me here is how fast these dogs are working tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, they have taken absolutely, no time. How many times have we got Outlaw with strike points tonight? I can't really see because of the glare there.
Yeah, he's taken every first strike so far tonight when that first strike was available, so he has not been outstruck.
And he's got a total of 6 strikes in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Or a little less.
Yeah.
a little less than 2 hours. But Joe's been no slouch in the strike
Yeah.
department either.
And those strikes, we're harping on those strike points in today's world where the dogs are fairly independent. The bread and butter is going to be on that tree end with a coon in the tree.
And we're going to find out about that tree here in just a minute, because Joe is now, they've arrived at Joe. He has been handled, a small piece off to the edge of a cornfield here. Shine time has started, and on the official clock, we have 16 minutes left. So 16 minutes left in the game here, still an eighth of it to go. So if you're out there and you're in Jason's shoes with Outlaw, and they find a coon here in the tree with Joe, what do you think?
Well, that would put him up to 450. Let me see, 450. That puts him out 450 points up on Outlaw.
Yeah,
I've got
Outlaw's
kind of a
sitting on
glare
0
there.
with 50.
I'm having a hard time seeing that either, but I think that's what it is. I think we're still having Outlaw sitting at 0. So yeah, it would put him up 450 points. So yeah, that would be 2 coons. So with 15 minutes remaining at this point, anything can happen.
So let's just go through, for fun, what could happen here. They find a coon in Joe's tree, which if we take a look at what Joe has done throughout the event, 9 out of 10 have been at where he has treed. 9 out of 10, they found a coon. 1 they didn't, but it was a circle. He has been very, very consistent in making game here. Assuming we find a coon in this tree here, Jason gonna just cruise on through, or you think he's gonna go after it really, really hard?
This is the World Championship. At this point, he has nothing to lose.
So there's no taking a knee here and just letting the time expire.
No, not at all. He's going to make it as quick as he can and get everything out of it he can. He's not going to. This time he's going to start shooting a little bit.
Yeah, and definitely Outlaw. If there's a dog here that we've seen that has the ability to tree a coon, come off, strike another one. So let me ask you this: what happens when we hit the end of time if Outlaw's still running that coon?
Just his strike points are just deleted at that
They're
point.
just
When
deleted at
hunt
that
time is over, you delete their strike points, and that's the end of the hunt right there, and it stands just as that. What he does after that is totally irrelevant.
So it doesn't matter if the ball's in the air, if the buzzer goes off, if it hits the net, it's no big deal.
No big deal.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah, cool. So we're going to find out here in just a few minutes who the winner is of this 2021 Coonhound World Championship. In the meantime, I think we may have a little bit of video. Have we got it queued up yet, guys? All right, we're about to bring you guys a little bit more video here from the field. I really enjoyed that tonight too, having, it's great. This is the first time that we've really been able here in the World Championships that I know of to take a look at the dogs.
Yeah. It is, and that is pretty neat to be able to do that. You mentioned service is the big thing, and they've been able to pull it off a couple times here, and we'll work on that more and try to bring more of that footage like that in future broadcasts. But I like seeing that, being able to do that. Makes it tough with service is huge.
Oh yeah, and and so we've got a little footage of Joe here, and I'm pretty sure this is at the last tree. So Joe, just a few minutes ago, treed for 125 points, and boy, if I'm Ricky and I'm in his place, that's what I want to see too. A dog standing there vocalizing hard. I mean, Joe's convinced. You can see it there. He'd been very shocked if they hadn't found game in that tree. And the other thing, he's obviously treed here in an area where I'm not sure what he's got him on, but
right here he's just got him tied back. Oftentimes when you get in there, the dog's probably going to be showing tree, but when the handler goes in there, they handle him, and he might pull him 10, 15, 20 feet off that tree. So just by this picture here, we can't really tell maybe what tree he's on.
We just got to look at it. We got to look at that tree.
Yeah, so you can see he's got him tied back.
And that's the kind of tree, if you're a handler, you want the dog to be on. Unlike earlier, Outlaw had that huge oak, and they were indeed able to find it. We appreciate Trevor and Brandon and the guys, the great footage that they had there of Joe. And actually, we got some more action. I haven't seen much of it here on our thread, but sounds like we've even got a little bit more coming in, so stick with us. We're going to have a little more action from the field shortly.
Fantastic.
Yep. We, all right, so here we go. We're back to Joe again. So shine time has started with 16 minutes left. They're still there, and they're still shining this tree. Correction, that was not the last one that Joe treed on. Apparently that was the tree that they are currently on now. They're still in the same area. So, boy, what do you think you Ricky, there you've got Joe barking like that?
Well, I think they're scoring this tree right here, and obviously he's hoping if he's got a raccoon here, he pretty much seals the deal in his mind. For the most part, anything can happen. It's not over till it's over, but he's feeling pretty good at this point.
And that was my bad a second ago. I'd assumed that was the tree before that we plussed him up on. That was not. That is the tree that he has been at for the last several minutes.
Yeah, that they're in the process of scoring.
Yeah, and it wasn't a very big tree. I said if I were Ricky, I'd be kind of happy to see him on that kind of tree, but there were a lot of leaves there. So they're going to be looking, and they're going to be looking hard. You can bet that the squallers have been pulled out again, I would imagine.
Yeah. I want to touch a little bit on this week. The guides and the judges have done an outstanding job all week long. They really have here, the host clubs. Score-wise, it's been a great week for hunting right here. I do have some scores from each round. In round one on Thursday, the high scores were a dog named Rage, Mojo's Rage scored 700. That was the high score on Thursday. Friday's high score in round two, that was early yesterday. A dog by the name of Spinner. He had 775 was the high score. And then in the late round, Friday evening last night, it was the Minnie dog that put up the big score. There's been some great scores. Thurday ranged from 700 down to 125 plus. And this is the second year in a row that we have had plus point cast winners in every cast here at Peru.
Yeah,
that speaks volumes for this area as far as having the game here, and that just does not happen usually, But so that does speak a lot.
Well, I think that says a lot about what you're doing in your group there as hunting operations director and the operations group. I mean, you've been able. We've seen it time and time again, to find areas where these dogs are going to make game. Take us back to the TOC back in the spring down in Greencastle. We only had one cast, I believe, the entire weekend that failed to put positive points on the board. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how. I can't answer that. I know we had at least one. Yeah,
I believe that was the only one. And so you've got to be where the game is for that to happen. Y'all have done a really good job.
You do, and this is just a good area, But even then, it doesn't always happen, But that's why people like to come to put on their big championships in the northern part of the country, But that there's also other good areas all around the country, And
hey, I'm hoping you come to my neck of the woods next fall.
We've been here in Indiana a couple of years now, so it's highly likely next year you'll see the World Championship finals move somewhere else.
I hope it moves south. That's all I'll say about that, because it's really enjoyable, these events.
You live south of here somewhere,
I
don't
live
you?
south of here, yes.
Okay.
Place y'all might be even taking a look at. So.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens there. But going back to the TOC, it's been very similar to this. I mean, we saw a lot of good action there. We saw a lot of scores over 500 points. They're at the Tournament of Champions. And while these guys are continuing to shine this tree, they've got a couple of minutes left before decisions made. I think we may even have a little bit of footage of the Tournament of Champions that we can take a look at.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Coming to Greencastle, Indiana. Larger than last year, and the biggest event purse in United Kennel Club history. Open to UKC registered coonhounds who've had 5 cast wins. Dogs qualified for a chance at the $250,000 total purse. $50,000 to first place. The second annual UKC Tournament of Champions in Greencastle, Indiana. April 22nd and 23rd. Is your dog ready?
You're awesome.
Welcome back to the 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championships here in Peru, Indiana. We're cutting it down to the wire, guys. We've just got a few minutes left, and while we were gone to break, we've had a couple of scores come in, so we're going to give you a little bit of an update. When we went to break there, you saw Joe was on tree. We had a couple of minutes left in the 8. After 8 minutes, the judge has declared that Joe's tree was a circle tree. So, Alan, if you want to move over there, you can take that 125 and that 75, and we can make it a circle. So with just a few minutes left here, 7 or 8 minutes left, actually judges just tell us they do have 8 minutes left. We have Joe sitting on 250 points. In the meantime, while they were shining Joe's tree, Outlaw treed 290 yards to the northeast of the cast for 125. So you can throw 125 up there for Outlaw, and we've got 6-7 minutes left. That was a big, big deal right there. Joe did not stretch his lead, so even though there's only a few minutes left, it's anybody's game. We've seen this Outlaw dog strike fast and furious. If these turn into positive points, what's that going to mean to us? Update us.
Well, yeah, right now Joe is still going to be sitting at 250 for a total score. He's still got a good, comfortable lead. He's not, I would say Ricky's not too concerned about it at this point, but we do have Outlaw treed, and the report is that they're headed to him right now. So he's got 125 on tree here and his 50 pending. So that would move him up to 175, but that's still short of the 250 even if he does have a raccoon. But I don't know, there's still several minutes left, so it's not over yet, but it is winding down and winding down pretty fast at this point.
And it may be winding down, but the action doesn't stop, brother. Joe has struck again for 25, 400 yards behind the cast while they're on their way to Outlaw. So Joe throws another 25 pending on that strike column while we're waiting on them to make it to Outlaw.
Yeah.
Yep, still anybody's game, but at this point for Outlaw, it's going to take, I won't say a miracle.
Pretty close.
It's
going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to take some serious coon hunting, for him to get there. Nonetheless, he's had a really, really good night. You see a lot of points, a lot of activity up there on the board, and pretty much what we expected coming in here.
It is. The one thing that I have that has not really happened, the dogs have stayed pretty well within what we call within pocket, or stayed in the pocket. None of the dogs really blew out or anything like that. The furthest, you know, they've given us the distances. They're able to do that. Trevor has somebody with him that has the GPS with him and on all the collars, and he can give us these accurate distances here. So the dogs haven't really got away from them too far, you know, and they've stayed within pocket where they could all hear them and all this and that. So that's good to see. And they were in an area where they were able to get after game.
Oh, yeah, it was obviously, it has been a very game-rich area all night long. And, you know, we were talking before we went to the break there on the TOC about this area of Indiana, and all of it is really, really game-rich. And for that reason, we're coming back here for the TOC again next spring, aren't we?
We are. We're going back to Greencastle, you know, and we just saw the promo there a little bit ago. One of the things you might see, we added another 50,000 to it, for a total of 250,000. All the regions are going to remain the same 5 regions we had last year. One of the other differences, we're going to have take 96 instead of 64 dogs.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it will
go in the field by about 40%.
Yeah, it will.
A little quick math, maybe about 35%. A little quick math.
So that whole program, the TOC, has really we're quite a ways above where we were last year at this time in terms of dogs qualified for it. So we're excited about it.
Well, I'm really excited about going back there too. I enjoyed that tremendously. It is a great area, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of excitement next spring in the Tournament of Champions. But before we get there, we've still got to wrap this one up. We just got a report from the judges that they have arrived at Outlaw's tree as hunt time has expired.
Hunt time has expired, and what that means, it doesn't matter how Outlaw's tree is being scored. When we talked about what happens when timeout is called, the same thing when hunt time expires. That means we have Joe with 25 pending. That is, his strike is just going to have a line drawn through it, and they will still score Outlaw's tree here. Doesn't much matter at this point. He's going to end up with a second place score here, and our 2021 world champion looks to be Joe here with Ricky Bryant.
Yep. Congratulations to Ricky and Joe. You know, we talked about the fact earlier in the evening that all 3 of these dogs here in our final at one time were trained by Ricky. He had a connection to all 3, and we even said, or at least I said at the beginning of the broadcast here, that no matter who won, you had to feel like Ricky was going to be proud of him. But you got to know he's super thrilled right now to have the 2021 world champion be the dog that he kept, Joe.
Yeah, he
or
is,
the dog that came back to him, Joe.
That's exactly right. You know, and talking to him, he talked about it. The dog kind of got passed around a little bit, but he kept his eyes on this dog, and probably for good reason. He knew he was a good one, and he's always operated well for him. And here he is. What a story.
Yeah.
Came back here and wins the world championship with him.
Wow. Well, these guys should be back. They're not very far away, about 15 minutes out, so they should be back here in just a few minutes. And
I would expect a good 30 minutes. By the time they get the dogs, they got to score this tree, obviously. I don't know how far they got to go get Joe here, but by the time they got them all rounded up back to the trucks and everything and get back here, it's probably going to be close to another 30 minutes or so. But yeah, it's been...
While we're waiting on, let's do a little recap here and take a look at some of the numbers that got us to this point. Let's start off by taking a look at the breeds. Coming into the event here, we had, of the 104 dogs that actually made it to this weekend, which, as we talked about earlier, the World Championship started earlier with over 500 dogs. For the 104, we had 9 black and tans, 9 blue tick hounds, 3 leopards. Is that right?
No, X-breds.
3 crossbreeds.
Crossbreds. Yep, X-breds.
Yep, 3 crossbreeds, no leopards, 3 crossbreeds, 12 English, and the Treeing Walkers, once again this year, have dominated the number in the field, 71.
Yeah, that's...
in the round 1, so that's pretty dang strong.
It is. You know, and you see the black and tans round 2, 2 of them advance there, 2 blue ticks advance there as well. The one I was surprised was the English. You know, they had 12 English made it into the top 100, and none of those 12 advanced. I was surprised to see that. You know, it really was. Usually we'll have several English. You know that, and we had some good English hounds in this. Just didn't work out for any of them. But.
yeah, you know, in the round 3 and in the final here, it's been all treeing walkers as well. Looking at the ages of the dog, so there's been a wide variety. They've ranged in age from 1-year-old to 8, being the oldest. We've had 2 8-year-olds, 6, 7, 16 6-year-olds, 12, 5, 22, 4, 23, 23, 2, and 3 1-year-olds out there. So as you can see, from 2 to about 5 years, 6 years, it's a sweet spot in there. 23 2-year-olds, 23 and 22 4.
Yeah.
Pretty much even spread along those. Same way with sex, a little disparity toward the males, 59 males and 45 females, but not a huge disparity through there. And we have had a number of states represented. Obviously, the most handlers from any state have been 19 from here in Indiana. Ohio follows, and West Virginia, Ohio and Virginia follow with 10 apiece there, and then Missouri fourth with 9. So had them from all over the country, Kentucky also with 9 in there. How many different states do we have represented here?
I didn't count. Well, while you're looking at that, I'm going to look at some of our finalist scores in round 1. So you got Outlaw, Lumberjoe, and Minnie here. And in round 1, Outlaw had scored 375 there, Joe 600 and Minnie 600. Round 2, Outlaw with 375, Lumberjoe with 350, and Minnie scored 3 1/4. And then late last night, Outlaw 625, Joe 375, and Minnie 800. And obviously, we just got done with the final
And actually,
cast
we
here.
have some more scores. If you want to finish up that board, we can clean it up and then go to break as we wait for them to come back. So 21 states is what I've been informed were represented here. So we've had contestants from 21 states. As it wraps up, Outlaw indeed was on a coon. So we can plus him up for 125. Notably, Joe treed again with 5:21 left as time expired, but Ricky decided that they weren't going to pursue it because he didn't need it. So the handler's going out to collect Joe right now. Ricky is, and head back, so we can put that 125 in the plus for Joe. For Outlaw, I apologize. So he moves from 0 to plus 75. Joe's 25 come off the board. So Joe with 250 plus is 75 ahead of Outlaw's 175 plus. But you've got to believe that Jason's still going to be happy about the fact that he did finish every single round with a plus. He didn't end up with a negative, with a minus or the 0 there in the end.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so obviously Ricky didn't need this last one. They elected not to call him treed, so we draw a line through his 25 strike right there. But that does put him in with unofficially is what we have here is 250. They're going to go back to the trucks, score everything officially, add up the scores what they have. I think we should have it right, but we'll wait to make that official until we hear back from them officially. But yeah, 250 plus for the cast win for Joe. Going to put him in first place, and then 175 for Outlaw second, and then we'll have Minnie in third. So that's our World Championship unofficially at this point.
So unofficially, our World Championship is coming to a close, but we are definitely not done here in Peru, Indiana, here at the headquarters tonight. As a matter of fact, we're gonna take a break now, guys. We're gonna throw you guys to break for. Oh, actually, we're not quite going to yet, but here in a few minutes, we're going to go to break and let these guys come back in here. So what you've got to look forward to, they're done there. The judges are headed back at the truck to finalize the scores. Then these guys are going to come back up here to the headquarters. Now, we're going to pause for a break here in just a few minutes, but we are going, when they get back here, to resume our live broadcast. Alan's going to bring us the official final tally of the scores, and we're also going to have Ricky and Joe here live with us, and hopefully also Jason and Outlaw to get their thoughts on this 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championship back here. And I believe, will this be the first time we've actually got to speak to him on the live stream?
It will be. So hopefully we can make that happen. It'll be good to to have them come in here and wrap up this broadcast here with showing the winner of the World Championship.
Great. So we're going to come back to you in a few minutes. Right now, though, let's take a look at the UKC Gun Dog Beagle program. Stick with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit with your winners.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You activate the power that sits ready and waiting inside every fiber of muscle. You fill every last cell with the energy to push harder than whatever gets in the way. You turn drive into overdrive, natural ability into legendary status. And to do it, you need nutrition that holds nothing back. Introducing the all-new Eukanuba Premium Performance lineup. Built to run full throttle on protein and fat, then find another gear. Made with nutrients that are customized for what your dog does. GI technology that supports optimal nutrient delivery. And an antioxidant cocktail that helps day 3 feel like day 1. Where your dog peaks depends on how far their fuel can take them. The all-new Eukanuba Premium Performance lineup. 4 formulas to hold nothing back.
But the judge says you're good, though.
Welcome back, guys, to the 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championship. And as we talked about a while ago, Alan and I, this has pretty much been a wrap. The scores are unofficial so far, but it looks like at the end of the night, we're going to have Ricky and Joe as your winners with 250 plus, and right on their heels, Outlaw comes in there with Jason at 175 plus. And right now the guys are gone back to the truck. Trevor tells us that they finalized the scores and they are heading back this way. So we're about to have your winner and runner-up, I hope, here in the studio with us. But while we're waiting, thought we'd take a few minutes to visit with the United Kennel Club's Director of National Events, this being one, Miss Nicole Sedlecki. So Nicole, welcome.
Well, thank you so much, J. Paul. Happy to be here.
Now, back in, actually, this was your studio earlier today as you hosted the bench show along with Alan.
Right. I mean, I don't know if I would say host, but I did help with all of the cards and just making sure that everything runs smoothly for the bench show. I also do a lot of behind the scenes for our national events just to try to make sure everything is going the way that it should. Yeah.
And in that role, I mean, you've had a really long day. What time did you get in bed this morning? No, actually, you came in after some. What time did you roll out this morning?
So I rolled out, the plan was to roll out at 6:30. However, some of our coworkers, we were sharing a car. They were just leaving here at the fairgrounds. So I just sat back about 15 minutes. We traded cars. Trevor didn't even turn it off. We just jumped in, like slapped hands, tagged in.
Left the motor running.
Yeah.
Tagged in with the crew.
Exactly.
Jumped in, and so you're looking at about 18 hours in, young lady.
I mean, that's just the nature of events like this. But yep, you go from set up to tear down, and that's how it goes. But it's fun. I like
so
it.
as the director of national events, I mean, this isn't your only rodeo. How many major national events do you guys, the United Kennel Club, do each year?
We have just under 20. So, and
wow.
we do not only hunting events, we have all breed sport events as well, like you mentioned earlier. Those being
we touched on
agility,
confirmation.
Like
or, I've been referring to it as the bench show earlier today, but more accurately, we had the confirmation competition today for the Coonhounds, and then the field event tonight.
Yeah, there's actually 2 different rule books for that, but I mean those are just like minor details. It's all judging the dog's structure and how they move on the floor. And we saw great examples.
There.
Yeah, so I myself, I show standard poodles. That's how I got involved with UKC.
Another kind of duck dog.
Yeah. Mine just likes to walk around puddles, so not that great of a duck dog herself, but she does have many UKC titles and 21 best in shows. So we're very proud of her.
That is pretty doggone impressive. And then you have 20 of these events plus every year they range from, you've got agility competition, confirmation, field events, coonhounds, shed dogs, beagles, retrievers. What am I missing there?
I think you touched everything.
Pretty much hit all
right.
4 of them. And of course, the UKC Coonhound program is probably the biggest and the one that's been around.
Yes, for sure. So, and what I like to kind of think about when we're talking about our Coonhound events, the Autumn Oaks event that we just had a few weeks ago, that's really our family reunion event where everyone comes together. I mean, people that aren't even in the hunt, they all come together, hang out for the week, have a big party, they'll have cookouts, and it's just a great time to see everyone. And I love that event, but
a little more laid back atmosphere than the TOC are here.
Yeah, this event is where folks come because they are the cream of the crop. They had to definitely earn their spot to get here. And I just love that the most coveted title in this sport is this Coonhound World Champion that we're about to crown.
Sure,
in just
and
a moment.
Speaking of about to crown, we've said that we're waiting on the finalization and the scores to be made official.
Yeah.
I believe that they have been back to the truck to do that, and I think we may even have a little bit of video here. Let's go out to the field to Trevor as they come back to the trucks and make these scores final.
summertime, I never killed them out of here. I always say, no.
This is.
All right. Well, that was fast. So, they're going to come back every single time.
Mm-hmm.
The judge is going to, it's just kind of like in golf. The golfer's got to go over the scorecard. The handlers go over it, and then the judge goes over it. Everybody affirms it.
Mm-hmm.
And only then is it officially in the books.
Correct.
And, as you just saw, we can right now, it's not a political race, but we can declare a winner. Indeed, with Joe and Ricky. And I tell you, really, really excited for that young man too. I mean, an unbelievable feat on his part to have trained all 3 dogs. You talked about how this is like, the big event of all of them, and the most coveted. What a feather in his cap to have trained all 3 of these dogs, but then to be handling the winner has to be the best of all.
I mean, what a night for him, right? Like, I just cannot imagine the pride that he's feeling right now.
Oh, I'm sure there is, right? I've been there. I've had the privilege of pleasure to do very well in some major national events, win a couple along the way, and there you have too. 21
best in shows.
Yeah, so I mean, he's just got to be on cloud 9 right now.
Oh, I'm sure. And all the dogs that made it here, though, like we were talking before, all the dogs that made it here, they really had to do a lot to get here to this finals. And we've had such a blast this weekend, starting Thursday with our banquet dinner, and Thursday night is my favorite night of Coonhound World, because I love seeing all 26 of those cats come back in and find out who made it, and if your pick'em is still in, and that sort of thing. And then Friday, having the grueling two-round hunt. And then, tonight with
and then
the
capping
winner
it
takes
all off tonight, and the thing that struck me earlier when we were watching that footage and listening to Ricky talk about the dogs and talk about me, this was a guy that won tonight that you could tell had a very healthy respect for the other 2 dogs and for the handlers, and showed a lot of class and sportsmanship there. It was obvious that
he knew what those other 2 dogs were capable of, right?
Yeah.
He
definitely knew what he was up against. I'm really looking forward to getting the opportunity to speak with him, here in a few minutes, and get his thoughts on this evening as we head over. And our weekend is coming to a close here. We're now into Sunday as well. And I believe since it is officially Sunday, have we moved into your birthday, Nicole?
Oh, soon. My birthday's the 27th.
Oh, so we're not quite there yet.
Not quite there yet.
Same day as my grandson.
As your
that's
grandson.
right.
We talked
How
about that
could I
earlier.
forget that?
I don't know.
Yeah, what a dummy I am. But,
I did not say that.
She thought it. Let me tell you, she did. It's okay too, though. No, happy birthday to you, Nicole.
You too as well. You were celebrating a birthday this week.
Yes, it was my birthday on Thursday when I showed up here. So for you and I, this really has been a big weekend. And we agreed coming in here that we were just going to celebrate birthday all weekend long.
Yeah, birthday weekend, for sure.
Now we've got Ricky and Joe coming back that we can celebrate with here a little bit more. And I know this has got to be a huge weekend for you for all of those reasons. I mean, it's the biggest, it's your birthday weekend, it's a national event, but there are others. What are some of your favorites? I mean, what do you look forward to besides the World?
I do tell everyone that Coonhound World is my favorite event. I'm very excited for a new event that is coming up in the end of October. It's called the Total Dog Invitational. It's an all-breed event where dogs have to compete in performance and conformation. Both of them
Double duty, I
to
like
earn
that.
points to try to be the overall Total Dog champion.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a lot about what UKC represents with, the total dog, dogs that do more.
That fly loves you, by the way. Yeah,
It's just because I'm so sweet. Right?
It's because you're so sweet. It wasn't going around me or Alan, either one, like that earlier tonight. Now flies are all over her.
That's great.
Yes, and you smell very good, so I know that can't be it. But we, talk about UKC being, I'm trying to keep this together here. It's after midnight here in Peru.
Sorry, I'm getting giggles.
Guys. But, we talk about UKC being the total dog registry. This event really is dovetailing all that and pulling it together. How's that going to work though with, like I'm a retriever guy.
Right.
And I actually run 2 different UKC event or sanctioned divisions. Actually, I don't run the Super Retriever Series anymore because I do the analysis on it, so they won't let me run it and compete at the same time. But I have dogs that still compete. As a matter of fact, I have a dog that I own that is qualified for a United Kennel Club event, the Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, which we are thrilled that the UKC has become the official registry of the Super Retriever Series.
Yes.
And so, I have dogs that get points in the SRS. This coming weekend, a week from today, I will be at an HRC UKC sanctioned hunt test, hopefully getting points there. Yeah, but then I know, you can get points in beagle events and the coonhound events. How's that going to work? How are you going to take those competition points and bring them in on this total dog deal?
Well, we're going to have 2 days of performance events, and dogs can enter different classes to what level they are, and the higher level classes, if they qualify, they'll get more points for that. If they handlers want to play it safe, they can enter the lower level classes to earn points. Any dog that earns a performance point, whether it be agility, rally, obedience, nose work, or weight pull, they can then move on to the second round, which is the confirmation round, where they can earn points on how they placed. And then we will tally all of the points up and award the winners at our banquet dinner.
So basically, you're just going to tie in together all those non-hunting performance events. And maybe one
hunting dogs, they can get points for having those titles. They'll still have to do, like one of those non-hunting performance events while they're at the event to show everyone that they can, do more.
Yeah,
but
dogs that do more.
But those hunting titles do get a lot of points.
So for the hunting dogs, you're just going to take the points from the titles that they've accumulated and not have a specific hunting performance event.
Right.
And then you're going to have specific non-hunting performance events and confirmation to tie it all together.
And it's really funny that you're talking about all of the hunting events because this Total Dog Invitational is being held in Shreveport, Louisiana this same weekend as the SRS Crown Championship.
So that is fantastic.
So maybe you'll see you in Shreveport.
Well, hopefully, if I'm really, really lucky, I will get you up there on the stage with us, with David and Rhodey and I, and you can talk a little bit about that too.
Yeah, I'll bring the flies.
Yep. So, I don't think you brought the flies in this evening, I'll tell you. And I'm not liking the flies. We've had a heck of a lot to contend with here tonight, too. I mean, we've had
the racetrack,
off the dirt track cars out here. We had a group of Harley riders that zoomed up and down 2 or 3 times tonight while we've been doing this. We had to have the doors open earlier today to keep it cool in the place. And we have had an onslaught of houseflies that absolutely love Nicole Sledlucky here too. Yes, they are very, very fond of you. We've had a little bit of drama to contend with in the field tonight, and don't want to dwell on that. But it's real. You hate it when it happens. So, and what's really impressive is the way you guys have persevered, bringing the broadcast, bringing the event. And I'm not patronizing you or UKC when I say this. I mean this as a guy that's been doing performance hunting events for years and years. The level of professionalism that we see continuing to grow, particularly through the leadership that we have right now, is really impressive. And I know you've got, a lot more planned for the future. What can we look forward to as you continue to grow besides, looking for dogs that do more in the total champion?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for saying all those kind and lovely words.
That's the truth.
But things like this, I think getting the sports out there and growing our participation, I loved what Alan and his team put together with the UKC Tournament of Champions and how it was developed to try to grow the club level participation and just getting the word out there about these sports, especially night hunts that happen at night and people don't see them really, you know. It's right now like a great kept secret, and let's tell the world.
Amen. You know, and we're striving to do more and more of that. One of the things that I hear from the people that have been, and this is, you know, I've only done a couple of them so far, but one of the constant themes that I hear is, man, we want to see more of the dogs, you know. I know, you know, my wife has been texting me tonight, and she loved the fact that we actually got more clips in here and that you could actually hear it. You know, you guys, y'all should know that this is something that we are wanting to do. I mean, it's our goal to bring you as much dog work from the field as possible, but we have technical things that we have to overcome. But you know, I know you and Alan and your entire team, you guys are working toward overcoming those barriers and giving more access, you know, to this as it occurs. And you know, the SRS is a great, you know, example of that. I mean, you know, we've got the Super Retriever Series that's coming up here in Shreveport. I believe we kick it off on October 19th. Are you going to be with the big hats and bow ties gala?
Oh, I'll be there for sure.
You going to be wearing your big hat?
Yes, I'll wear a big hat. I will see you there.
Yeah, for my 3rd year in a row, I'll be wearing my bow tie. Got to start practicing right now.
Yeah, that's great. And to go back to your point about, you know, wanting to get videos of the dogs to showcase the dogs. Yes, absolutely. Also, I think there's a great deal here on the set too, and Alan with the scorecard and learning about that. But yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
And you know, as these obstacles pop up, you guys just keep finding ways, you know, to get around them and keep making it better and better. You know, when we go to Shreveport, we're gonna get to see a whole lot more behind the scenes than we've ever seen before. You know, we've got UKC events now with the SRS that are being televised, you know, which is huge, and it's all about bringing people in as well and giving them access along the way and just showing them things that they've never experienced before, what lies out there in these dog events. I mean, I'm sure that, you know, we're up a little past 12:30 local time here. We've still got a lot of people watching this live stream right now. So the interest in dogs is absolutely great. I've learned a ton. I mean, today, having the confirmation event, you know, the bench show that you and Alan did such a great job with, and you know, I think we're going to take the opportunity right now with that to take a look at the entire thing. So the guys, the scorecards are final while we wait for the hunters to come back in. Let's take it over and let's take a look to the work you and Alan were doing earlier today with the UKC Confirmation Championship for the Coonhounds.
Yep, Bench Show Championship.
Alrighty, folks, we are ready for round number 2. Congratulations again to all of the breed-winning males and females. Our first class will be all of our breed-winning males, followed by the females, the same thing. And then the final class, your overall male will be up against your overall female for the world champion in opposite sex. So at this time, congratulations again. Good luck on the throughout the rest of the bench show, or the show here. And at this time, I'd like to ask you to please put your hands together for our second and third round judge. Now you put me on the spot. From Vermontville, Michigan, Tricia Snediger. I already did that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I did want to say Patricia, and I knew that wasn't
Yeah,
right.
we don't go by that. No.
All right, we're going to start with the black and tan in the ring first. It's going to be a 2-year-old out of Fielden, Illinois. This is going to be racing PN UAGI champion, URO2 champion, confirmation champion, PR Gilman's Good Time Tradition Spot.
Down and back,
David
please.
Gilman and Misty Yerington. Gilman, Good Time Tradition Spot.
If you'll stop. All right. Behind and all the way to the end, please.
The American Leopard Hound is a 3-year-old out of Martin, Georgia, champion PR 50 shades darker, Brooke Mooney.
Thank you.
The Blue Tick will be a 5-year-old out of Cabot, Arkansas, Grand Champion 2 PR Rockin' W's Rock On, Whitney Killoff and Angie Cable.
Thank you.
The English will be a 2-year-old out of Waynesboro, Virginia, champion, confirmation champion PR Whiskey River Rounder, Kenneth and Norma Dameron.
Down and back, please. Take your bench.
The Plot Hound will be a 2-year-old out of Brant, Michigan, PR Zool Tadgerson, Corey and Sasha Hall.
Down and back, please. Thank you.
The Redbone will be a 5-year-old out of Lake Lure, North Carolina, Grand Champion PR Wabash River Marlboro Red, Andy Emery.
Thank you.
The Treen Walker will be a 5-year-old out of Pomona, Illinois, Grand Champion 4 PR Red Eagle Capital City, Lisa Hunziker.
Thank you. You can have all dogs on front of the bench, please. Not yet. I'll do that on the bench. Okay. can take your bench. You can take your bench. Easy. You're good. Go on. I'm going to do that on the bench. I just want to check rib cages. I'm too short to do all this on the bench. Thank you. I just want to check structure and rib cages. Thank you. Is this the good eye? I just wanted to check structure. Easy. I'm too short to do it on the bench. Easy. Thank you. Thank you. All right, heads going that way, please. May I see the bite? Thank you. Thank you. Can I see the bite, please? Thank you. I know, I smell like dog. Thank you. Lips. Thank you. Easy, dude. Thank you. Can I touch his head? Yeah. Bite, please. No, you're good. Sorry. I was looking at his nose. Got in a fight with the coon. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank UKC for giving me the honor to do this for you today. If you read through the standards of all 7 of these coonhounds, there are words that are consistent in each standard: proportioned, balanced, effortless in their movement. Everyone knows I'm a big person about what they look like on the ground, how they can get from where we turn them loose to the tree, or when we walk them from the gate to the bench. They gotta be put together correctly in order to sustain standing here for minutes upon minutes. Today, the male dog that I'm going to pick has got just that. He's got proportion, he's got balance, he moved effortlessly on the ground, and then you add to the other things of what he had within his standard. Proportion, length, and width, slightly longer if need be, got a good shoulder lay, good top line, nice headpiece. Today, your winner is going to be the English dog.
Congratulations to Kenny and Norma Dameron with Champion Confirmation Champion Whiskey River Rounder. All right, next up are the females. Let's start with the black and tan. First up, a 5-year-old out of Greenville, Ohio, champion PR Margaritaville Soul of a Storm, Joe Powers.
Okay, down and back, please. I'm gonna look around. Thank you.
The American Leopard Hound is a 7-year-old out of Lake Lure, North Carolina, field champion, confirmation champion, national dual champion, night champion, grand champion, PR 50 Shades of Gray, Andy and Keith Elburn, or Embry and Curtis Elburn.
Thank you.
The blue tick will be a 3-year-old out of Cabot, Arkansas, champion PR Rockin' W's Eyes on You, Whitney Killoff.
Down and back, please. Thank you.
The English will be a 5-year-old out of Jackson, Kentucky. Confirmation champion, grand champion 2, PR Kentucky Mountain Triple Edge Test, Penny Turner, Rhonda Brown.
Down and back, please. Thank you.
The Plot Hound is going to be a 4-year-old out of Ravenna, Kentucky, national grand champion, confirmation champion, grand champion 2, PR County Line Tuesdays Legacy, Christina Officer, Susan Ragsdale.
Thank you.
The Redbone will be a 2-year-old out of Lake Lure, North Carolina, champion PR Wabash River, a whole lot of Rosie, Andy and Keith Emery.
Down and back, please. Thank you.
The Train Walker will be under a year old. That's going to be confirmation champion PR Drake's Windstorm, Natalie Isabella Hunter Atkins.
Thank you. Now, like before, everyone will come out in the front. I just want to put my hands on the dog, please. I'll do the bites on the table. I just want to feel rib cages. I want to feel shoulder assemblies. You're okay. Okay, put them up. Facing this way, please. That was asked of the video crew. Can I see your bite? Oh, all of it? All of it. I didn't see it. Nope, you're good. Oh, thank you. May I see the bite, please? Thank you. May I see the bite, please? Thank you. See the bite, please? Thank you. Thank you. May I see the bite, please? Thank you. See the bite, please? Thank you. You're good. She's how old?
11 months.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank those that entered and showed here today for the World Championship. Being in this ring in years past, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to even make it this far. Never give up the hope, never give up the dream. Always try, 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 and the more you try, the better you get, the more you'll be there. Again, I'm going to reference all 7 of our breed standards. The words effortless movement, proportion, balance. When a dog comes at you and goes away, balance is going to show, legs are going to follow in pattern. They're going to be effortless in their step. When you watch them from a side view, you're going to be able to see that there's no struggle for it. There's just a nice little silhouette as it goes down through there. Today, your overall female winner is going to be our Plot Hound.
Congratulations, Christina Officer Susan Ragsdale, National Grand Champion, Confirmation Champion, Grand Champion 2, PR County Line Tuesdays Legacy.
Congratulations. You're welcome.
Welcome back to the 2021 UKC Coonhound World Championship here in Peru, Indiana. I'm J. Paul Jackson. Been with you all night long with our UKC Director of Hunting Operations, Alan Gingrich, and we also have Trevor here with us, who's been in the field tonight. We've had a great night, but also had a definitive winner. Tell us about what went down in the field tonight.
Hey, we had a really good hunt tonight. The dogs operated like they were supposed to. When we got to the last drop, Joe got treated a couple times, and he had the coons, and he looked real good, and he deserved to be the world champion this year. Was it as action-packed out there in the field as it looked? We had about 20 minutes to stand around, and that's it. The rest of the time, we were moving. We were moving.
So you definitely got your exercise in tonight.
Got my steps. I'm good. I'm all good.
Yeah, well, you did a great job, and I'll tell you, we really enjoyed your segments coming back, keeping us updated, showing us what was going on there in the field. Lots of game, obviously, out there, and Joe and Ricky had a lot of opportunity and took good advantage of it tonight.
Absolutely did. The dog did a good job. Ricky did a good job. Cooper and Outlaw did a good job digging out of the hole that they were in, but it was just too late there at the end. And it was a fun hunt. We all had a good time. It was good sportsmanship out there, and we had fun till the very end.
Well, it was definitely fun to watch and keep track of from here. Man, you did a great job out there tonight. We appreciate it. Enjoyed it a whole lot. And so Trevor did a great job out there in the field, but I know that we wanted to get a word with Trevor, but Alan and I really want to talk with the fellow that's waiting here in the wings. Ricky, why don't you come on over here with Joe?
World champion right here. Congratulations, Ricky.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, bud. Congratulations. Right here, Ricky and
Put
Joe.
your dog up here so we can see your dog.
Come on, buddy.
Get up here. There we go.
All right, Ricky, so I know that it was a big night for you. You're out there in the field. You're running with two dogs that you also were the trainer of. Alan and I talked about it. We're pretty sure this is the first time in the history of one of these major events, particularly the national champion or the world championship, that all the dogs of the final had been trained by the same trainer. How did you feel about that going into tonight, knowing these dogs?
I was a little worried. Any of the three dogs could have capable of won the world hunt tonight. I mean, them dogs right there as tough as any man's packing. I mean, you're going to have to beat them.
Do you think it was an advantage going out there that you knew the dogs a little bit, or do you think it put a little more pressure on you and was a disadvantage?
No, it wasn't an advantage at all. I mean, the handlers know their dogs. I mean, they've been hunting them here lately. I mean, we always had to call our dogs and catch the breaks.
Yep. Well, Outlaw got out quick. He had 400-point first strikes, but it appeared that Joe was very consistent this evening. Why don't you take us through the hunt, from the first release till coming on down to here?
Right out of the truck, Joe struck for 100, or Outlaw struck for 100. Minnie struck for 75, and quite a while Joe didn't say a word. And then Joe finally struck for 50, and then just fell treed there. He treed for about 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Minnie backed him for 75. We was heading to the tree, and Outlaw actually came in after the tree was dead. And that's really shocking for that dog. So I got a good break there. And it was like 7 minutes and 40 seconds before I got the judge to see my coon there in that first tree. And we squalled, everybody was looking, and finally we got the coon scored. But it
was that the longest 7 minutes and 40 seconds of your life, buddy?
Yeah, because it was like 6.5 before I ever found the coon. But then when I found the coon, it was quite a while before we got it found again. So I was a little nervous there. So I got lucky and caught me a good break there, and we got it scored.
So what happened after that? It sounded like Joe was really covering a lot of ground, but getting the feedback, really couldn't tell what was going on with him. Take us through what Joe was doing after that first tree.
Yep, to be honest with you guys, I don't know what happened to Joe. Joe got in there, got struck with the dogs, worked around, shut his mouth, quit that track, blowed through there, fell treed, sounded really good treed. I ended up treeing him when we was at Outlaw's tree. We was going to Minnie's tree, and once we got to Minnie's tree, I looked on my Garmin and it showed my dog moving. I told the judge to minus him, minus the dog. After that, we had the ordeal with Minnie there. We had to get timeout called, had an hour to get him caught. The dog rolled up treed again. I was heading to him. He shut it off. I got in there. He was just laying on the ground at the base of a tree, just laying there on his side. So I thought I was out of the world hunt right there. I didn't think the dog would hunt anymore that night. But we got out of there. We actually, at that point, we got the question took care of, and we went back hunting. We turned loose. Outlaw struck for 100. I struck for 75. They worked the track around, beat around there for probably a couple minutes, and Outlaw got treed, and he ended up taking a minus there. He wasn't right. Joe blew out up by a house, got on a main blacktop road. We heard him bark up there. We called interference, and I had to drive up and get him right on the road. And from that,
That had to be a nervous moment.
It's very nervous. Anytime a hound gets on a road, that's never a good situation. It only takes one car to take him out. So it was really nervous.
Yeah. At that point, you come back and you're going back out into the field. We've got 39 minutes, basically a third of the time left on the recast. You had to figure that. Did you expect Outlaw to hit again quick like he did?
Absolutely. You can never count that dog out. That's as good as coon dogs a man can pack, and he can tree him as fast as he can get to him.
And he could sure get on track fast, it appeared tonight. I mean, we summed up 4 strikes in less than 8 minutes total.
Yep. Outlaw was down 100. I had 50 plus going into that last 39 minutes. And on the way there, I told my backup handler, Mike, I said, you can't count him out. I said, in 39 minutes, that dog can tree 4 singles and make it look easy. I said, Joe's going to have to stay with it. And we cut loose right out of the truck. Outlaw strikes for 100. I strike for 75. And Joe actually just sinks in there real quick and jams a coon. I tree him in there deeper, and we go to him. I got a coon. Outlaw split. He has a coon.
How relieved were you when y'all found that coon in that tree?
Very, very. That was a big difference in the cast right there.
You knew at that point you were probably going to be in plus. You couldn't lose as many as you could keep.
Yep, because Outlaw took 2 1/4 minus tonight, so I knew it was going to be pretty hard for him to come back from that.
But you also knew you had to have plus points to be declared a winner.
Yes.
So, after getting up to that 250, how relieved were you?
Very, very. That makes a big difference.
Did you feel like you had it then, or were you still
when
nervous?
When I come off the first tree in the second woods there, I was setting pretty good.
But he still wasn't done for the night. Tell us about the last tree.
Well, I recut him off his coon in the second woods there, and he shot in there. Before we could get to Outlaw, he opened up again, and I told the backup judge, I said, strike me, and we didn't take 3 steps, and he was rolled up treed there. Well, I waited and walked on in to the original judge and told him, I said, go ahead and tree Joe through there. So we scored Outlaw and went on to Joe.
And from what I understand, he treed with over 5 minutes left. So you could have still had the opportunity to try to score him.
Yep, we pulled him off that tree there. I couldn't find that coon, it was really viney. I pulled him off and walked him up to the edge of a cornfield and cut him loose. In 2 minutes, he was treed again.
Wow.
And I didn't need to make that call. Jason was hoping I did, but I didn't need to make it, so I let the hunt play out. And we went into him there, and he had another coon.
So he did have yet another coon on that last tree.
Eric Emery walked along there, and he found the coon there, and the whole body was laying there. He had him.
Wow. Well, let me tell you, you guys had a heck of a night. It's obvious that you earned every bit of it. It's also obvious you've done a great job as a trainer to have all 3 dogs to your training credit here in this final. So there's a whole lot that you can be congratulated for. But the biggest one is congratulations to Ricky Bryant Jr. and Joe. Guys, our 2021 United Kennel Club Coonhound World Championship. So with that said, guys,
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over here to the Director of Hunting Operations, Alan Gingrich. I think you've got a little bit of swag coming to you. Alan, I'll turn it over to you, buddy.
Well, congratulations, Ricky, man.
Thank you.
It's we talked quite a bit this afternoon. We had some unique situations, storylines this afternoon, and a lot of it had to do with your connection to all 3 dogs in this final cast. That was pretty unique. We went through some of the pedigrees and things like that, and just all the connections we found. It was just pretty unique this year. Got to be pretty special. So I got one question I had you on. You're right up here to the finals. Did you think about what it would feel like to be in this position?
Yes, this has been a dream of me a long time. This year means a lot to me. I put about 60 straight nights on this dog. Going into this hunt here, I knew I was either going to get beat by a coon dog or I was going to win it. I had the dog. I mean, he's been looking like he should. I mean, I had a good chance going into this.
Well, on behalf of United Kennel Club, congratulations again.
Thanks.
Got this world trophy right here. We got the cup. We got the base over there. that's going to be it. But I think one of the things you're probably going to like is this guy right here. How does $10,000 sound for you?
Sounds awesome.
Set her.
Set it right there.
There you go.
There we go.
Joe, don't jump off there, dude. Hey.
And we got some other loot for you as well, but this is the big stuff here. So,
all right.
So congratulations again, man. You're the champion.
Yep, thank you.
We'll give you some litter applications before you leave.
We're going to need them.
You sure hope so.
Yep, I want to breed him. Hopefully I get a bunch lined up.
There you go.
That's my dream with him.
There you go.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Well, guys, that's about it, man. We want to thank all you guys. It's been a long but exciting night. We really appreciate you taking time to stick with us here through the live stream at the 2021 Coonhound World Championship. And we also want to remind you that we'll be coming back to Indiana in April for another major UKC national event. So be sure and check it out next April as we come back to Indiana, which will host and we will live stream the 2022 Tournament of Champions. For Alan Gingrich, I'm J. Paul Jackson. Thank you guys for joining us and congratulations again to you, buddy.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good night.
Yep, thanks.